All right, we're live. Here we are. It is Thursday night, Friday morning. We're starting at 1:30 a.m. That seems to be a really consistent start time for us. Hey, it's Troy Malice. How's it going, Mr. Troy? All right, we'll just click on this. Click. We were having a pretty busy daytime stream, man. It was the daytime stream, and we broke 130 viewers in the daytime stream, so that was really cool. Go ahead and grab this. Hello, Sean. Hello, Anthony Shime. How's it going, man? Very good. Pokemon Card Shop live. PSA returns getting priced. Let's see. There's a free giveaway. That's right. We also have... What else is going on? Anything else that's really interesting? Not really, I'd say. Probably the Hot Gyarados break. Live card shop. So we're just waiting on new product to arrive. We're getting closer to the release of the Team Rocket set. We have a pre-sale break going on that one. Oh, I got an offer accepted on a box of SpongeBob. So we're getting some vintage top SpongeBob soon. We are? I should be able to sell that because I already have a box of it. Looks like we had a Mr. Brandon Wong order ahead of time. That's good. That's good. All right, Mr. Brandon. I pulled the Pikachu SIR from Surging yesterday. I'm so happy. Damn, dude, that's a hard pull. All right, let's see. Well, Alex is just about to post over there. Here's me posting over here. Boop. All right, cool. Yes, it's not a humongous return from PSA this time. It's a pretty reasonable sized return. And there's plenty of cards in the submission that I think I'm going to want to crack and resubmit to maybe like CGC. So we're going to be doing that tonight. Let's start stacking these up. I pulled the Pikachu SIR from Surging yesterday. I'm so happy. I missed the daytime stream. I was pissed. Ooh, the daytime stream was busy, man. It was so busy. I had to tell people to stop ordering. We are. We had 130 viewers. That's pretty good for the daytime stream. Usually the daytime stream doesn't have that many. All right, let's get a zoom. Shorts have been doing well this week. We are. I've been doing my part. I've been pitching in. Wow, look at this. Gengar, he's really nice, man. 46, so we could put him in the Poke Shuffle right away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, we got to get some cool stuff up in the Poke Shuffle. My thumb's sore. I've been playing some Minecraft with Karis tonight. We went on a very long walk and got good exercise today. And then for dinner, we had steak. Ooh. It was all right. It was actually a pretty cheap cut of steak. $100,000 Charizards, $13 chewy steak. Gotta save money on food. Gotta save money somewhere. Yep, cook at home, cook your own food. Hey, it's James Trimble. Hello, James. How's it going? So this is the new break, the Misty's Gyarados, huh? Man, when this is gone, I don't have any kind of special replacement for it. This is a unique rare candy break. I would definitely consider jumping in on that. Here's Blastoise. $2,000 is apparently a discount for this card. Oh, yeah, this is a Sealdos Blastoise. Super crazy, man. Very rare, very niche. I bought my Sealdos Charizard for $5,000. Here's a Blue Eyes White Dragon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cardos. Oh, that's a nice Cardos Charizard there. That's the Game Boy Cardos. Little Hello Kitty card, $150. Pristine Hello Kitty. I just got the grading results from a submission I sent to BGS. Not a single pristine 10, all 9.5s. Yeah, BGS pristines, you gotta appreciate them, okay? Because that company is known for harsh grading. And so, yeah, if you can pick up a pristine, that's pretty good. What breaks are close to finishing? Well, let's see. If you want to talk about breaks that are close to finishing, probably this one's real close, right? Here's the clearance break, and it's got 3 spots left. It's a beautiful Tentacruel, Topps 10. Notice how it's not a Topps Chrome Tentacruel. This is actually the Series 1 Tentacruel, and it should be quite rare. Okay, give me a minute here. Oh, I need to plug my phone in. It's about to die. Hello, everyone. A happy Friday morning. It is Thursday night, Friday morning. You had pizza today. Nice. All right, so this is extremely rare. In fact, it's only population 7. The reason why that's so crazy is because it's population 7 across all of the Series 1 reprints. So you're looking at a card that is extremely rare, right? Like this is Silver Ray's print run. Probably print wave too. Yeah, black label, black logo. So you're looking at probably like, there just can't be many of these printed graded 10. So that one, he's close. The Mewtwo Pokeball, 1 in 7. There's 5 spots left there. Now the rare Kenny's going to take a bit longer. He's got 14 spots, but a lot of people are going to want to spot in that one. It's Misty Gyarados. This is also going to be pretty popular. Dark Houndoom from Team Rocket returns. It's just a really beautiful card. And then over here we have the Mega Break. Here's the glory of Team Rocket box battle. That's halfway done. It's only got 4 spots left now. So that one's getting close. We have 2 battle cards you can choose from if you want to work on your battle scorecard now. So we have a little scorecard to show how many times you were the one to pull a break for these 2-person breaks. So we do a little exclamation point, just like in the video game when you lock eyes with another trainer. All right, so those are fun. All right, so Brandon's here. We're ready to start opening your stuff, Mr. Brandon. I believe you ordered some Dan to Dan. 2 boxes Dan to Dan, 1 box of Fruitigress Side. Ooh, Fruitigress Side too. Very good. All right, let's get started. This stream's 145% better than the last one. Aw, thanks, man. All right, let's see. Ready? Working on my mob grinder in Minecraft. We are. If you're interested in joining our Minecraft server, why don't you contact me or Tammy or someone, and we will see if you're a good choice to join our server. Some things that would set you apart is if we know you real well, and if you're real good at Minecraft and you like building stuff. So we're kind of we're trying to get a server going where it's people who really specifically enjoy the game a lot. Maybe less casual. All right, you ready? I feel a Siggy in Dan to Dan. So Dan to Dan does have signatures. Snipping this. Snipping this. No signatures. Oh, okay, just SECs. So this is Mr. Brandon's order. He's opening Dan to Dan. We sold a lot of Dan to Dan. So you have to be a nerd. I would say you have to be fairly interested in playing Minecraft at maybe a more committed level. Like, you got to build nice stuff. There it is. What I'm trying to say is everyone can't get in. All right. Very nice. Snipping this. Snipping this. And snipping this. All right. All right. Yeah, we already tried having the server be open to everyone, and the problem with that is we ended up getting a griefer, so we don't want that next time. Okay, here's a holo. Brandon's due for another hit. You're due for another hit, bro. Okay. All right. Here's a holo. Here's this guy with the glasses. All right. Dan to Dan was so popular. I'm really surprised by it. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Cool guy. You got the cool guy card. going on there? Is he holding him? Ooh, that's a nice looking card. That's the cover, isn't it? Wow, you got the cover artwork. Okay, not bad. I've been playing Final Fantasy 14. Yeah? Nice, man. I play Minecraft on and off. Typically, the reason I play Minecraft is because just a nice way to pass the time. You can be a little creative. I like building stuff. And so it's like, you know, it's like being able to play Legos as an adult, kind of. But more importantly, when there's no other game out that I'm really playing a lot of, I typically will play some Minecraft. Right now, you got Monster Hunter Wilds is out, but unfortunately, it just doesn't feel like there's much to do in the end game. So I suspect that game's going to lose a lot of players for a while, until they release something really hardcore. The game should have launched with a monster that was so hard to defeat that it became, you know, it became maybe like bragging rights to beat it. And then that becomes really watchable content on something like, you know, live streaming services, watching people beat that monster. They did not go that route with Monster Hunter Wilds. They released the game with very little to do at the end. So I would give that game maybe more like an 8 out of 10 or a B for doing that. You know who else did something like that? And it blew up in their face? Destiny. Destiny did something just like that. Ooh, that's a cool looking card, man. Love the texturing. Destiny released Destiny 2, and people were excited for it. They were hyped. But after it was released, it just felt kind of like a microtransaction platform. And it was just a repeat of Destiny 1. And that was it. You just reset your character. Didn't stand out enough from Destiny 1. In some ways, it felt worse because now you were missing a lot of content that you used to have in Destiny 1. Ooh. There we go. What's Hood, mister? How you doing? What's up, NHCC? We still got to do your shipping, okay? I know, I'm aware that we got to do your shipping. You're on like a list of things to do. There it is. Might be able to get it done before Alexis comes in today. All right, so no SEC pluses in here, but I really like that you got the cover art card. I bet that's really worth grading. And now the Fruit of Grisai. Super excited for this. We've been holding on to this Fruit of Grisai for a long time. Look, it says first edition. Hopefully, so I think there's 16 packs in here. This is an older time period for Weiss Schwarz. They had more packs in their booster box. And I was going to ask you if you're aware of that when you sent the order in. Take a quick look. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, there's 16 packs in this box. I bet you sent it in for 12. What'd you send in for? 2 box Dan, 1 box Fruit of Grisai. Grab this. I don't know what you sent in for. Starts. Anyone play Gold Sun 1 and 2? I thought that the sequel nailed it when it came to transferring your previous save data. Did you guys hear about that helicopter today? Whew. The helicopter broke in New York. 6 people died. We heard about it right at the end of the daytime stream. Okay, let's see. Fruit of Grisai. It's actually an English first edition set. And all right, you're all good. Here goes. All right, Mr. Brandon. How's your day going, Mr. Brandon? Snipping this. Snipping that. And snipping this. There we go. Ready? When 151 set 2 for Chinese. Oh, man. I was getting ready to buy that and all, right, whenever it did come out. But, I mean, we got like 125% Trump tariffs now on Chinese goods. If I were to buy that, only deal is it would be really expensive. It'd basically be double price. That's what 100% means. It means double price. If I was going to buy a case for $1,000, I'd be buying the same case today for $2,000 and whatever, $200, $250. I don't know what 125% of 1,000 is, but yeah, I think it's close. I think it's close to 2,250. All right, let's see. Never mind. Yeah, it's looking bad, man. I hope that the United States and China get together and work out some kind of deal. I really do. Trump doesn't like the trade imbalance. He wants there to be... Wow. Wow, that is so crazy, dude. So the reason I kept saying that I wanted to see the end of Fruit of Versailles is because I was sure there was another signature. My brain had been tracking the set the whole time, and it said there should be one more signature in Fruit of Versailles, and everyone just quit on it. And so I kept saying I want to see what's in it, because I can't just tell you guys that there's still a signature in there, because that's against the rules. There was a signature in this, and no one wanted to open it. Crazy, bro. Hey, what's up, Mr. LaFlame? Yeah, I'm just not supposed to tell you guys. That's the agreement. I don't tell you when it's cold. I don't tell you when it's hot. I'm not supposed to. But I've been waiting for somebody to open this and pull that last signature this whole time, dude. You know, it's crazy. I think I saw Jeff Leon go real deep in this set, and then he kind of gave up on it. I don't know if he thought maybe it was out of signatures, but it was not. Here it is. All right. Oops. That was very lucky of you, Mr. Brandon. How much? It's got to be worth something. These signature cards are always expensive. It's probably worth a couple hundred at least. Signature cards are always expensive. I got scammed on eBay today. You know, scams are rare, but they're not zero either. You know what I'm saying? I got scammed too, like last month. I bought some Blaine's gym decks, Japanese, and because I've been buying some gym decks, and they were all fake. All of them. And then I contacted eBay. I'm like, eBay, what are you going to do about this? eBay said nothing. They said you took too long to open them. Can you believe that? So, yeah, I was on the phone with them. I fought it for a long time, but they didn't do anything. So I was really disappointed. Thank you, Mr. No, thank you, Mr. Brandon. You got a nice card. All right. So, yeah, I've been waiting for somebody to pull that. Look at this card. This is one of the reasons to open Fruit of Versailles right here. That might as well be a hit card right there. Look at that. Anytime you get a girl card this sexy, it doesn't matter if it's hollow, full art, whatever. You just grade it. Okay, here we are. I sold a slab to a buyer, and when he received it, he said I sent him a remote control instead. Ah, the empty box scam. That's what I call that, the empty box scam. That's when somebody mails you a box and it has nothing in it, and then they say, but I put the Pokemon card in it. Or you ship a buyer the legitimate item and they claim it's not in the box. It's called the open box scam. This very, very bad situation. I hate to hear that, man. What's the name of this waifu set? This is Fruit of Versailles. Now, if you want to open some Fruit of Versailles, guys, I'm going to change the price real fast. Fruit of Versailles, there's a box of it left, and let's see. This is English first edition, by the way. Fruit of Versailles is going to drop down to $5 per pack. And I believe there's one full box left. And then after that, there's 3 packs. Is that right? 1 full box and 3 packs? Let me make sure that's accurate. I don't know if that's actually accurate. Oops. Now, this actually might be the last full box of it that we're opening right now. I swear there was another box. Yeah, we might actually be opening the only full box of it right now. I think there's 3 packs left. $5 each if you want them. It's weird. Weird. Thought there was more Fruit of Versailles than that. I don't see it though. So, oh, there it is. Yep, there's one more box. So it's not going to be a 12-pack box. It's a 16-pack box. So at $5 a pack, it's $80 for the whole box. So if you want the last box, that's $80. All right. Yeah, that sucks, man. Scams in this hobby, you know, I tend to tell people, I was like, hey, one of the benefits of dealing with me is no funny business. And I tell people that, and I don't think they put a lot of weight on that. Like they go, I'll sell on eBay. But it's like, there is a chance for a scam. There's a chance for it. It's there. It happens. It's not with me. All right, so let's see. Oops. You hear some crazy horror stories, especially if you're me doing this for 6 years. I've heard everything. Oops. All right, cool. We got this beautiful card ready to be sent out to Beckett. That's where I would send it. I would send that to Beckett. And your little promo card. And now we just got to find your bag. It sure will. What's the price of slab? Man, it sucks, man. It's like losing, depending on what the slab was, you could lose like $100, $200 in a flash. But, eBay is, for the most part, really trustworthy. For the most part. It's like, I would say probably like 98% of all orders go as planned. But that last 2%, you never know. Some problem with the shipping. Maybe the seller or the buyer's doing some trick. Now, I run into problems on eBay all the time. Problems like the item arrives and it's like damaged because they didn't ship it right. Or the quality of the card's much lower than the seller told you. Like they hid the problem with the card. They run into these kind of problems all the time. And then you guys hear me having to fight the seller on eBay. I got to open up like a case and fight them. But my most recent problem was fake Pokemon cards. I bought all the way to today. All this time later, there's still fake Pokemon cards being sold on eBay. Fake. I guarantee you there's plenty of searched product it's real product, but it's been searched. You have no chance for the hit in it. And it's just like, damn. Sucks. So eBay's a trap for noobs. But also even experienced guys like myself can get killed over there. It's just a matter of time. It's when, not if. Brandon, did you need a new bag? I'm getting you a new bag. You didn't have a box, baby. Do you have a box? Oh, yeah. Okay, you got a box. Here we are. Lovely. Mr. Brandon. Another signature in the last box. I don't think so. That's why I lowered the price. So, in my point of view, I don't think it will happen. But you could run into some really sexy cards. Very gradable ones. Even though they aren't signatures. That's why you would still consider opening it. It is first edition English, and it's not only the signature cards that sell. A lot of sexy cards sell quite easily. So that's a good price at $5 a pack. That's a very good price, because Fruity Side's old now, right? They released this set. Where did they release it? Doesn't say it on the card? Oh, you think it'd say it on the card. Okay. Let me check the box when the box was released. Hey, Windy City Gaming. What's up, man? How's it going? If you guys want to help me out, take a minute and hit the like button on the stream, will you? When was this released? Yeah, it doesn't say on the box. That's poor. Usually boxes say that stuff. Okay, but it is an older set. Okay, so tonight we have these PSA returns coming in. Here it is. Look at that Suicune from V-Star Universe. That is one pretty card. Okay. Oh, my thumb hurts, dude. There you go. That sucks. Some of the cards are priced up and they're mixed into the table right now. So as we rotate, we'll run into them again. I ordered a raw Gengar for $15 before the alt-art pop. They claimed they sent it, but tracking never updated. I eventually got a refund. I got screwed really bad one time in the past. I was selling ungraded Pokemon cards, and I sent a buyer a packet in a white envelope with no tracking. And I'd never had this happen before, but he bought a whole bunch of stuff, and I sent it all in white envelopes, and then he claimed he didn't receive any of it. Yeah, right. He knew that he could claim it never arrived and that I would have no tracking. So, yeah, I know for a fact I sent it all, and it was multiple envelopes. He didn't receive any of it, huh? Yeah, right. He's lying. All right. So, this beautiful Suicune. I'm going to say 69 on this Suicune, okay? It's a nice number, isn't it? Okay. Let's see what's next. We finished Mr. Brandon's order. Beckett grading for embracing affection. Okay, so Brandon's actually going to send for grading on this right away, and we're going to take care of that for him. Oh, here, let me pick it up out of the box. Everything's sticking to it. There it goes. Put that back in. Good. All right. Nice. Look at that. Lovely. So that is off to BGS. Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I gotta sneeze so bad. I'm trying to hold back a sneeze. 3 Nikkei and a pre-grade. I believe we emptied out our... Yeah, here we go. So we're close to being empty on our last box of Nikkei. Give me a second here. Nikkei promo. 1 pack here. So how popular is Nikkei? Is Nikkei like a big deal? Or is it like a temporary fad kind of thing? Because I could order more of this. You guys think this set is here to stay, Nikkei? You think it's like super duper popular? Like, I gotta have it. We gotta get you 2 more. I'll be back. I mean, obviously it has sexy ladies in it. Wear that. All right, here we are. Ta-da! Ooh. Lovely, lovely. Do. Hey, it's Miss Sarah. What's up, Sarah? All right. 1, 2, 3. Mr. Isidro, let's see what you got. Okay, if you guys weren't here for the daytime stream, I mentioned, she's just having a little bite of cake. I hope it doesn't make her boobs ginormous. All right. I mentioned that I bought a little gold coin, and we're going to make that coin available for trade here on the table. So you can take your Pokemon cards, and if you want to hold a piece of gold instead of a Pokemon card, you can trade your, hot pull, or maybe, let's say you pulled this Misty's Gyarados break, right? Well, you could take the Misty's Gyarados and trade it for a gold coin if you want. So that'll be an option going forward, because I want you guys to have some gold too. Ooh. All right. These trade wars got me thinking Americans should have more gold in their home. It is Isidro with an I. It always felt like gold was kind of like this old corny thing for old men. I don't really think that's necessarily true. When you watch countries like China and Russia buy up tons and tons of gold, you just sort of realize there's only some things in the world that are really valuable. And then there's a lot of raw materials that are renewable, and they're not really that valuable. You know, cardboard would be one of those things. Technically, cardboard's a renewable resource. It comes from trees. You can just grow more trees. Same with like, you know, plastic. We love plastic. Our whole economy is a plastic economy. Everything's just plastic. So, you know, people buy a lot of plastic. They buy a lot of cardboard here on this table. But I want you to have a shot at some gold too. And I encourage people to have a little bit of gold. Here's Ghastly. That's the way I've been seeing it lately. You're going to have English Nikkei. Are you going to have English Nikkei? Isidro needs a pre-grade. Here you go, Mr. Isidro. Yes, we could have English Nikkei. I haven't ordered it, but I know it comes out like today, basically. Oh, I bet you want this looked at. Is that the one we're pre-grading? I'll bet it is. All right. Shield your eyes, guys. This is from Fujibunko Volume 1. My immediate impression is this thing right here. Okay, so I don't know how they will treat that. It's not exactly the same as a print line. It might be part of the hollow foil rather than a print line, but they might not see it that way. They might decide that that's a problem on the card. Centering looks pretty good. Looks a bit just slightly thinner on the right side over here. Hardly a difference at all, though. So my perspective, do not send this to Beckett because of this right here. It will not be able to get the black label, and you don't want it to grade 9.5 because they'll do that to a perfectly good-looking card. They'll give it a 9.5. Send that one to PSA. Hope that PSA treats the line that you saw there as part of the hollow foil rather than a print line. So you will have a better shot at a 10. Let's zoom in. Oh my God. Listen to this guy. So I give that card a 9+. I think I will write that down on the card. That's what we've been doing with the pre-grades. This card will get a 9+. This is what grading's all about, guys. Grading's not about cards that are obvious 10s or obvious 9s. Grading's about the borderline cards. What do you do with a card that looks like it could be either a 10 or a 9? That's a very good question. And the philosophy of the different grading companies helps you determine who to send to. And when they change the rules, it's really frustrating too. When PSA comes out and says, you know what, we're going to be even more strict now. You go, come on, PSA, you already got more strict. Okay, cool. Thanks, I'll probably do it another day. See, how doing a little pre-grade can actually save you a lot of time and money if you know how to feel about the card right afterwards. All right, so the breaks are really nice tonight. We got some really quality stuff. This Tentacruel Pop 7, Alternative Art Mewtwo, really short break. Misty's Gyarados, super rare vintage pristine 10. Dark Houndoom, which is a regular gem mint 10. Super high demand for these Rocket Return cards. If you guys have been paying attention to those are insane, man. The Rocket Return cards are insane right now. Let's get a rotate going. Final Fantasy break looks like it's just not happening. Nobody wants Final Fantasy Cloud. He's out, right? We're going to give him a little more time, and then we're going to end that break if nobody jumps in. Here's Ghastly, Lunatone, Clefairy. You know, it'd be interesting is if I could force a slab to end, and 11 of the spots are mine, and one person has his spot, and so he has a 1 in 11 odds to take it away from me for $40. In that case, I would lose quite a bit of money. Here's Elizabeth, Tentacruel Tops break. Oh, good choice. You know why the Tops break is so good, right, Elizabeth? It's because it's actually a clearance break. All right. Perfectly placed thumb. Yeah, I was trying to hide it a little bit. It's man, that card's so naughty looking. Just, it's kind of extreme. All right. There we go. Yeah, this one could end quite quickly. It's just a 5-spot break. We call it the clearance break because the price is lower than the buy it now price for the same card. Okay. Mr. Brandon is next. He says, another box of Dan to Dan. Wow, that's really cool, man. I think I'm about to run out of Dan to Dan. So here's another box of Fruity Side. Place this back up here. But we want another box of Dan to Dan. I tend to make this mistake where a set's really popular and then I order too much of it and then I just sit on it forever. Okay, Dan to Dan. Hey, it's Pokey Pitch. What's up, Pokey Pitch? Ooh. Okay, you got the girl. Wow, that Lunatone's so pretty. Oops. How many more cards do you need in order to send to Beckett? Oh, we're all good. I can send to him anytime I want to right now. Yeah, we're all good. I can 100% guarantee it's going out this weekend, the submission. This Saturday, I'm going to have more time than usual. Yeah. I yearn for the pulls. He yearned for the mines. Okay. We just put a PSA 10 Gengar into the Poke Shuffle. The Poke Shuffle is improving right now, guys, if you didn't know that, because we have access to better slabs now. Oh, the cat. Here's this card again, huh? All right, so Poke Shuffles get a boost when the PSA slab returns come back. I'm composing for a short film. Man, you're doing what my wife wishes she was doing. She likes music so much. There it is. All right. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Here's a hello. Bitcoin, isn't it still sitting around like 80 or 82,000? I think that when the stock market crashed really heavily, I think it was interesting that Bitcoin did not crash quite as much. And that probably drives the gold guys a little bit crazy. It is. Because they do not like to see that so much. Here it is. Hey, what's up, big fella? All right. Okay. Okay. Oops. Tossing this out. All right, all right. Ooh. So that's for Mr. Brandon. Let's find your bag. So you're over here, and this lower box is completely filled. We're going to put that back up here. And now we're going to use this box. Mr. Brandon. I'm liking Mr. Brandon. He comes in here and he opens a lot of stuff. It's really nice. You got a couple of those Clayburst Tyrannitars back in a 10. Yeah, those are the Japanese version. And I thought it was a nice card, so I picked up a couple of them. Because I said, let's get a couple of these. I bet they'll be pretty cheap. And so for me, I like to do different types, different styles of like submissions. I'll do like one submission with cheaper cards, one submission with expensive cards, one submission with weird cards. So I like to do that kind of stuff. The one thing I really tend to lack on is English cards. And that's because I just don't open English booster boxes for myself. I leave that for you guys. That might be changing. I might start buying cases of Pokemon card English and start opening those. Just like one case at a time for myself, because that's the most popular one, and I never have those slabs up on the table, and I really think I'm missing out on a lot of sales as a result of that. Here's Nami. I think what's important, though, is just that I keep the case to myself, and that's it. One case at a time. Maybe I'll make a video of myself opening the case, because that could be good content. There's Jungle. Here's a Lickitung. I'm worried it'll be really boring content, though, compared to, like, these guys who open, like, 1,000 packs or some crazy crap like that. Like, how am I supposed to compete with that? Japanese grades better? Japanese cards are cheaper as a result, though. So there's not much money to make grading those. And then when they don't grade well, it's really annoying. One spot in the Gyarados. Here you go, Miss Elizabeth. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday night. Happy Friday morning. How are you guys feeling tonight? We are 40 minutes into our stream. Oops. All right. Very nice. More English, please. Put that back over there. That's a 5. Okay. We have an order 6 corrupted. Dan to Dan box. Oh, yeah. You got it, Miss 6. She's interested in Dan to Dan as well. Good luck in there. Nami's up on the table. $800. Cheap and affordable. See, like, that's more expensive than a 1/10 ounce coin of, coin of gold. Golden coin. Oh. So that's really fascinating to me. All right. Ooh. All right. All right. All right. Good luck. Oh, yeah, they're both hollow. I didn't even know if the next card was hollow. My brain was just saying there's always a hollow card in that spot. Ready? Here's a hollow. Dan to Dan. Stealing the show. Lots of Dan to Dan. Oh. We are down to just like 3 or 4 boxes of Dan to Dan. Does Waifu Shuffle have a chance for a box of Sneaker Bunker or some box in it? We could definitely add that. Let's see. I feel like it might have that, but yeah, if we... Oh, very lucky. There was actually an SEC stamp in here. No, I'm sorry, SP. That's an SP. It's got the embossing. My bad. Why did I say SEC? All right. Boop. You know, I think that would be smart to have some Sneaker Bunko Volume 2 in there because I've got plenty of cases of Sneaker Bunko Volume 2, that's for sure. So that's a product I won't be worried about running out of. Oh, Miss 6, there it is. Nasu. We had a new bag situation, 6. Kayla Lobara. Do-do-do-do. All right, sweet. Only $180 for Lickitung. How are you guys not going nuts on Lickitung? No, but ironically, it's a Lickitung and Weeping Bell Pokemon card. That is kind of funny. Lickitung's really beating that Weeping Bell up, too. Gyarados. Let's see if there's been a price change on this card. there has been a price change. It got more expensive. So, the cheapest one is about $190 in Japan, and we know there's a 10% tariff and a tax on that. So this card is actually closer to about $200 now. Okay. Ah, yes, your favorite Pokemon getting more expensive. I'm surprised it was ever below 200 because the odds of grading those cards 10 are like impossible, dude. We have Mr. Blake Santoro Mewtwo Break, and he would like 8 shuffles. Oh, somebody was asking about the Waifu Shuffle having some boxes in it. All right, let's see. Let's see what we do have in here. I don't know. Brown Booby Girl Weiss. Soda. Ooh, there's a cold streak right there. Ooh. Okay. Box of Freerin. Yeah, that sounds right. We got Freerin. Okay. So, by the way, I found the premium Hololive. I found it. There's so much buried stuff over there. Let's get a box or 2 boxes of Sneaker Bunko in there. It looks like a Sneaker Bunko box would be 72. That's a problem. How would we do 72? Guess we'd do an $80 round with a -5. That would make it 75. This, right? Okay. Oh, wait. It's not Azure Sneaker. Am I looking at this right? Yeah. Box Sneaker. 2 -5. Bring Sleepy Joe back. At least he just sleeps. It is. All right. Very nice. I think he was doing a little more than that. Okay. You can give the SP to Brandon. Really? Wow, that's so kind. Did you catch that, Brandon? You get a nice card. Corn chips are so yummy. I'm eating a bowl right now. All right. Here we are. All right, nice. Now, Brandon, he needed a spot in the Mewtwo and 8 Poke Shuffles. Let's get back to that. So now there's 2 boxes of Sneaker Bunko in the Waifu Shuffle. Another reason to go into that set. You just need one of these. Does Mr. like corn chips? You know, I was doing an analysis on the calorie versus weight of chips, and they're actually super duper duper calorie dense. So I've kind of stopped buying chips altogether, which isn't a big change for me because I never really ate a lot of chips. Never really ate a lot of chips, never really ate a lot of bread. It is, of course, my weakness is sweets. Love sweets. Today I had a whole bunch of strawberries. That's a sweet, technically. But here we are. Ooh, there's 4 people in here, actually, in the Pokeball. Pokeball is up to 4 out of 7. Yeah, so no more chips. We're trying to cut out things that we don't have to have. Chips are very bad calorically. In fact, that's what you see when you see like these like obese influencers that are really, really, really bad. There's always a pattern to them. They eat a lot of candy. They eat a lot of cake. They eat a lot of out-to-eat food. And they eat a lot of chips. They love chips. They can't get away from them. Ready? Crisps. I like nachos. Oh, man, nachos. But you can't be eating nachos. Here goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Oh, 2 live. Okay, let's see what else. Oh my God. All right. I don't know why you just got like all the stuff in a row today. How about that, Blake? What do you think of that? All right, so these all need to go back in. Blake got a very hot round. Say no to sugar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one's quite expensive. The Fates Collide break. $48, huh? So that's basically 10 spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, all this getting injected back into the box. Holy. It shows you whether the box is hot or cold. It doesn't really matter because it's shuffled every time, isn't it? Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wow, still unlucky. No luck in the live customs. I'm so sorry, Blake. But you know what? You have your Fates Collide booster pack, and that's a $50 value. So you're still ahead. That's no good in the live customs. There it is. Blake. So there it is. Fates Collide ticks up by another spot. That'll take a while for that to go off. It's a big box break. And blank bread. Say no to sugar. Bread's okay sometimes. All right, so let's see what's next. We have Mia Grace Uden. Mia, you ready? Oh, she wants 10 Poke Shuffles. Wow. Miss Mia. But Subway released new nachos. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, nachos are pretty bad. It's a combination of 2 powerful caloric foods. Cheese, which is always a very high-calorie food because it's oil. You're just eating a cup of oil. And then bread, which is made out of flour, which for whatever reason is just always, well, chips. I'm sorry, not bread. Chips, like I said, I was researching chips, and they're just really high-calorie for some reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Anything made with flour is really high calorie. Anything made out of cornmeal, it's the same deal. Raichu. Nice. Nasu. 1 Raichu popping out. It's a Raichu 8, though. All right, Miss Mia. Let's take a look at this Raichu. Tons of cards in the Holo Shuffle right now. Here you are. Okay, so it's about a $45 card anyways. Okay. Okay, I like that Raichu. That's from Stormfront. Check that out. Nice. Pricey little card, isn't it? Hathim says 5 of the new Metazoo. Yes, sir. Where'd I put those? I ask that every time. Ah, if only I knew where they were. Oh, there they are. I found them. Gotta unbury them a little bit. He said 5 of these. Mr. Hathim. All right. Flint and Steel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's getting scammed? Under goods and services. Oh. Well, just ask him for a tracking number. So what? You bought a product from him, and it was not on eBay. It was just in a direct sale. Yeah, just ask him for the tracking. Be like, hey, can I get the tracking on this? That's all I would do. I wouldn't freak out on them or anything. I'd just ask them for the tracking. Okay, Spring Heels, Sneaky Beaky. Yeah, but under goods and services. There's nothing wrong with goods and services. What's wrong with goods and services? Crocata, Piazza Bird. If it's a guy you've never dealt with, it's good you've done goods and services. Friends and family is only for your friends and your family. Yeah, if it's goods and services, he has to provide a tracking number, or else you will be able to ask PayPal to step in and get your money back. But if it's only been a day or two, it's too early, you should just go ask him for the tracking number. Sword of Surtur. Surtur? Sir? All right, there it is. I'm having a neck pain, dude. Oh. I got better pillows in my home. Oh. There we go. Stretching my neck a little bit there. That was towards Tammy, my bad. Ooh. I've paid for a lot of cards over time. Sometimes you buy some cards from a person and they just procrastinate shipping it to you a little bit. And you just say, hey, how about that tracking number? All right. Crocata. All right, Snap. Look at that snipe. Mr. Thim, thank you so much, man. Does feel like it's time to get you a new bag at Thim. Okay. Lovely. PDX says these suck. You're talking about the new Metazoo? You don't like them? You don't like the new Metazoos? Here's our cheap and affordable Gold Star Charizard. Our Ho-Oh. Ooh, that's nice. Gengi. Cheap and affordable Gengar. The Fall of the Airship. Look at that. Lovely. This is a Gengar 9. Definitely off center, though. You can see it's thin on the bottom. Ouch! I just punched my knuckles. This is from Fusion Strike. Probably going to be like $29. I love this artwork. It's a great artwork. Gengar Fusion Strike. Yep, I was right. It's just about $30. Okay. $29.99. That's $30. Jack Gray's here. He wants a Waifu Shuffle. Jack Gray, you got it. Good luck, Jack. To me, the new Metazoo looks a lot like Digimon cards, says James and Alanya. Says, Box of Freerin. What were the odds of that? We were just showing that off. Wow, that is so random. Okay, so Freerin. Let me look that up real fast. Weiss Japanese, Freerin, $4.5. We need to get the box price on that. 4.5 times 12, which is 54. Okay. So I bet I put it in like this. It needs to say -5 on it. Maybe Freerin was more expensive when I first put it in there. Or maybe I just didn't care. So, Box of Freerin. Are you selling any of your collection? Says Viet Click. Selling my collection. I mean, when I retire, maybe. I don't intend to hold it forever. I do intend to sell my collection one day. That or hand it off to my kids that I don't have right now. Okay, box of Freerin is right here. Wow, this music's kind of driving me nuts. How about you guys? Did you see my PayPal orders coming through, or is it just a longer queue? Hold on, let me get out of here. Ah, that's better. See, I didn't like that other playlist. It was like playing rain sounds or something like that. So it goes Jack Gray, Elizabeth Reigns. Elizabeth Reigns is 2 customs, and you probably tried to snipe that box. But before we can service those, we also have to look at Blake Santoro, who also sent in for 2 live customs. So you guys had the same idea of, hey, let's open some live customs now that the box is hot. And we have to check the timing on those orders to see who's actually came in first. All right, ready? Hollow shuffles as well. Oh, yeah, we'll get you those hollow shuffles. Oh. Jack Gray, 1 box of Freerin. So there's 1 box of Freerin and 2 boxes of Sneaker Bunko in those Waifu shuffles. Good luck. Okay, we got a hollow green-haired girl. Hey, what's up, Lurkin Lowry? How's it going, man? Here's some. Hey. Here's this girl, Freerin. Ooh. He made a label, but no tracking. Is there such a thing as a fake label? We are. Well, if it's the case he made a label with no tracking, which I think is very odd, I guess I would wait for it to arrive. There's only a couple kinds of packages that don't get labels. White envelopes. So white envelopes would only fit a very, very small order, like 1 raw card. And then there's also thin envelopes as well. They'll be like those yellow envelopes. So those can be printed with no tracking as well. To me, it doesn't really make sense why he would ship an item with no tracking. First of all, it'd have to be small enough to fit. So if you ordered a slab, that's not going to fit in a no tracking package. But second of all, there's so much risk for the seller to do that because you can claim that you didn't receive it. So he must be pretty trusting of you if he really is authentic and he really did ship it that way. It's a few binders. It's a few binders. There's no way then for him to ship that with no tracking. The only options will be ground shipping and anything above that. And all of those by default come with tracking. If he's saying he made a label with no tracking, it's fraud. Tell him to provide you with the track. Well, if he already said that, if he said he's shipping it with no tracking, well, let me think about it. I mean, I think there's been some weird cases where I've received mail where it's like just a box with a handwritten address on it and then a ton of stamps on it. I've had that happen before, but it's like super duper duper rare. I've had that happen before though. You can just take a ton of stamps, stuff them all on a box, and if it's enough postage, they'll deliver it. But no one does that. So if it's a couple binders of cards, it should like 99.9% have a tracking number associated with it. If this guy is trying to ship with no tracking, I would immediately dispute the order. I'd be like, nah, dude, that's not happening. We are. He's wasting your time. He's trying to scam you. That's the way that sounds. It should have a tracking. There's no way you'd ship that with no tracking. Here it is, Jack Gray, unless you were super, super, super weird and you just had a ton of stamps you wanted to use up. There we are. Which I guess there's a tiny possibility of that. Is he like international? Is he international? Maybe that would explain no tracking. I bet he's not international, but maybe, I don't know. Now, there should be tracking even international. I just sent in an order. Jacob Fox. All right, Jack Gray's done. We have Elizabeth, who sent 13 minutes ago, and then Mr. Blake, and he sent 13 minutes ago, of course. So now we click on a little thing right here that says Show Original. And now we're going to scroll down, and we're going to write your numbers down. Are you ready? Good luck, guys. So, Mr. Blake, Santoro, your number is 21.07. Okay. And Miss Elizabeth, your number is... Oh, look at this. Elizabeth sent first. So, Elizabeth, you will see what's in the next 2 packs. Blake, you are hoping that she does not get anything and that she's actually just sweeping 2 cold packs out of the way. So, when I open up, like, the metadata for the email, I get, like, the seconds and the milliseconds, I think. So, she is just slightly ahead of you. All right, good luck. 2 packs to Elizabeth. This could be it. 1. Sorry, Blake. Dang, that sucks, dude. 2. All right. Very nice. MS-70 Dragon. Ooh, and that is going to be... No, not this. That is going to be this, isn't it? Oh. It would impact you as a buyer. The shuffle should have come through before the lives, but all good. Interesting. Let me see. I do not even see any shuffles. So let me scroll back up. 8 pokey shuffles. 1 spot in the Gyarados, 8 pokey shuffles. Oh, maybe you know what? Maybe I scrolled past the 8 pokey shuffles because I thought that we had already serviced it because you had 2 orders back to back. So I think we got to get you your pokey shuffles now. All right. So, Blake, for you to get lucky, there'd have to be a $60 thing in the box, which it's possible. It's just not likely. There it is. Oh. All right, Elizabeth. This is a precious metal graded MS-70, which is like a perfect grade for these coins. I'll leave that. Crazy to be off by just this much, you know, such a small amount. Okay, but everyone has the same idea to snipe the box. Let me close this now. And let me close this. We don't need that anymore. So, Blake, you're going to take your 2 live customs. It's probably going to be a rough round. We got 1, and we got 2. God, man, the live customs are such a trap. There it is. Okay, now, 8 hollow shuffles, right? Pokey shuffles. Let me get back to that. We didn't already do that? I can't remember if we did that already. It's 3 binders of first edition Rocket Fossil Gem Heroes plus reverse legendary collection Zard. So for me, this is insane anxiety. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of money. So he told you he's shipping it with no tracking. That's crazy. No one would do that. No one would ship something so expensive with no tracking. There's just no reason to. All the forms of shipping you would use for something like that are all going to include tracking by default. So if he has claimed that he has shipped it and there's no tracking, I don't know. I might just go straight to disputing it. Because what you don't want him to do is get clever and then ship you an empty box. Because he might go, oh, wait, yeah, wait a second, I do have a tracking number. All right, here goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nobody ships something that valuable with no tracking. That just doesn't make any sense. There's very few ways to ship with no tracking anyways. Like virtually all shipping comes with tracking. Only the worst shipping has no tracking. White envelopes, big yellow thin envelopes. That's it. Anything above that has tracking. Doubt he started it. Instagram. Yeah, better dispute it. All right, here we go. I would dispute that. It makes no sense. If he told you no tracking, that doesn't make any sense. If he says something like, I'll have tracking for you in a minute, well then, you got D Poppy? What is that? Let's take a look at D Poppy. Papi chulo. Oh, Dark Rapidash. All right. Well, that is a tough round, actually. It means you overpaid for it a little bit. All right, it looks like Poppy, but it's actually Rapidash. I could actually use some more Korean cards in this box. At least I got something. That's true. Better than a totally cold round. You did well with the coin. Okay, we got this lovely Charmeleon. He's just too good, isn't he? Here's Coughing 9. The drill card. You can donate $1 to the drill card. Here's a lovely Umbreon. We like him a lot. Joker Arbok. This Red Label Ancient Mew. Pupitar. This really weird Covenant Jackal 8. And Checklist Gyarados. All right, let me take a picture of this row. He was down for local meetup too, but he moved from near me to Florida, so this is a mind blank. Okay. Let's see. There's no way to ship it without tracking. I don't understand why there'd be no tracking. It does not make sense to me. Why don't you ask ChatGPT a few questions about it? See what ChatGPT has to say. There are a lot of scammers out there, you know. You got to be careful. Luckily, you used goods and services, so I don't really get it either. Like, he didn't demand friends and family. So, yeah, I mean, how's he going to get away with the scam of this type if he can't provide a tracking number? I mean, PayPal's going to get him. What is going on here, man? This camera's so dirty, dude. Nathan Gordon says, can I add a year of the Dragon Coin to my Slabaway? We're going to say for the Slabaway, it's really got to be one Slabaway at a time, okay, man? Just one. Sometimes the slabs interact with each other. Well, let's do one at a time for now. It's tempting, but let's just do one at a time. Those are nice, though. Those coins are nice. All right, let's keep it moving, guys. So next up, we actually have Sarah. Sarah is next. She wants one live custom. Miss Sarah. You can present your situation to ChatGPT and see what it thinks about it. It's a weirdly decent advice giver. Okay. That's cold, Miss Sarah. Isidro's next. He says 2 waifu shuffles, and I'll do 3 Nikkeis. Isidro. All right, let's see what we got. I only trust Mr. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a situation where it seems like I'm getting scared. Ooh, 2 cold ones. I'm sorry, Isidro. That's pretty rough, huh? That's a lot of money very quickly in the waifu shuffles. Okay, but those waifu shuffles are fun, man. Ready? Throwing that out. Boobies girl. Lovely. Holographic hairdo girl. Holographic hat girl. Oh, well. Tough round there, Mr. Isidro. That was a tough round. Sorry. Those do happen, you know. That's the nature of opening things. Somebody takes a tough round. And then somebody else gets a hot round. It's a trade-off. Okay, Mr. Chensek Vong for the waifu shuffle. He wants 3 of the waifu shuffles. All right, you got it. Oh my God, that's a cold round, Mr. Chetseg Vong. That is 3 cold cards. I'm so sorry, dude. All right. That's pretty rough. We just watched 2 guys get cleaned out in the waifu shuffles. Okay. Hathim says 5 more of the Metazoos. Ooh. Metazoo. Wonder how Metazoo's doing as a product. You guys think it's doing well? Damn, that's rough. Yeah, that was a rough round, man. Before we open these, let's get a new slab price, Mr. Hathim. Look at that, 8, dude. That's rough. But when I sent these in, I wasn't sure what to expect. I don't think I was expecting a 10 on these. These were gifted to me, so I said, let's just send them in. What if there's a card I want to buy in the shuffles? Is that possible? Nah, it's got to stay in the shuffles. Oh, my eye's so itchy. The shuffles can't just be picked clean of all their good cards. We have the same problem with the live customs and the Poke Shuffles. There has to be real chase cards in there so that people have a reason to want to open them. Otherwise, what happens is they just become this product where nothing but garbage is in there because everyone already bought the good ones out. You know what I'm saying? All right, kind of like imagine you had a booster box of Silver Tempest, and somewhere in the box is a Lugia, and you're like, can I buy the Lugia out of it? And it's like, well, there's no point to open the rest of the packs then. So it's an interesting thing, isn't it? So this is an 8. Where's 6? Is 6 watching this? Look at that little symbol over there. So that's the 20th anniversary Slowpoke Generations promo. It's a promo, actually. We're going to say PSA 8, Slowpoke, number 32. Let's type in 20th. Maybe that'll help us. Oh, yeah, there's none. What if I was to type in any grade? This appears to be very rare. Wow, I don't see one of any grade. Let's try typing in no PSA here. So just Slowpoke 32 20th. All right, I think I found a sealed one. Sealed one's quite expensive. So, all right. So I think I have a rough estimate what I'd like to sell this at. We're going to sell this at around $50. That's from the XY era, by the way. This is an XY era card. And he's a Generations promo from the 20th anniversary. Really rare Slowpoke. All right, Mr. Thim. What's your favorite Aquapolis card? Well, I mean, if it's you got to talk about your favorites. Well, then obviously it's got to be the Lugia, right? Nothing beats the Lugia. The Lugia is the best. I like the Nidoking a lot, though. Got a couple of those Nidokings. The Nidokings have done well. Probably one of the coolest Nidokings for Nidoking collectors. Okay. Hey, it's Hooded Man. Hello, Hooded Man. How are you today? Welcome to our live stream. We basically just got started. We're going to keep going all night. Dragon of Okanto Falls. Okay. Cool. All right. All right. Trample. What? Okay. Humple Dumple. Jersey Devil. Hey, there's the Ozark Howler. This is based on Missouri Ozarks, which is kind of where I'm living. Lake of the Ozarks. Okay, and the Phoenix. How fun is that? I like the Umbreon Aquapolis as well. Oh, yeah, that's another good one. I got that one. I like the Aquapolis Zapdos. Aquapolis Zap. Oh, yeah, I've seen that one before. He's okay. There's a lot of the Aquapolis cards that I never bothered buying. We are. But I did pick up the Aquapolis Umbreon. You can't skip that one. All right. Good. Very nice, very nice. Mr. Them. I think he's trying to pull out a Mothman. What cards are going for the most money in this set, Mr. Them? We have Miss Mia, 2 live customs. Mia. There you go, Mia. 1, 2. Wow. Pretty snipey. All right. Oh, flip this around, huh? Scizor. Oh, nice. I think this card went up in price over time. Can't forget the reverse hollow Psyduck on the swing. Next up, we have Patrick Diaz-Depis. 8 Pokey Shuffles. Oh, man, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, man. I bought Misty's Treatment CD packing card for $200. Good deal, right? That's such a good job. Wow, what a steal. That's the steal of the century, bro. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How long is the queue usually? Well, it is a Friday morning, so Friday mornings can be a little busier because people just got paid. Here's oldest slab break. All right, everyone's pulling big pulls tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, the oldest slab break will probably be the booster slab for Neo. Let's see, where's that? You can't see it because it's not stored on the row here, but it's this guy right here. So you're going to be taking a spot in there. It's 1 in 17 break. The Smeargle break. If you pull it, you can have me crack it and open it, or you can keep it sealed. Here's the booster slab. This one's a slow mover, but it'll be done one day. And it might be you walking away with the Neopack. Those Neopacks aren't cheap. Those are pricey. Venu? What are the odds that's Venonat? No, that's got to be Venusaur, right? It says E3. That's a Venusaur. Isn't it? E3 makes me think Venusaur. Oh, I didn't see it. All right, hold your breath still. All right. E3. Well, shucks, I don't even see it. Maybe it got placed into the live customs by accident. Let's check the live customs. I do that from time to time. Put the card in the wrong box. No. I don't see it. E3 Venu 9. Oops. Oops. Maybe it's just a mistake. Here's a Venonat 9. 48 and E3 are nothing alike. I don't think that's it. Oops. Nintendo apparently has a stockpile of over 1.2 million Switch consoles in the United States. Wow. That's a 6. I don't think it's in here. Maybe it's a card that was supposed to go in, and I didn't actually bother to take it up off the table and put it in the box. God damn it. Don't you hate it when this kind of thing happens? Let me try scrolling through the... I know this sounds crazy, but let me try scrolling through the slab channels on Discord real fast, because I'm pretty sure we've taken a picture of everything because of the March channel. The March channel is still live. It's still up. So the March channel would have a picture of an E3 Venusaur. So here goes. Let's start looking. We're going to start looking. I feel like E3 is a Topps card name. All right, I'm flipping through them as fast as I can. Might have to provide you store credit if I can't find it. Because mistakes are made. Sometimes mistakes happen. Oh, wait a second. Here we go. What's this? I have an E3 Venusaur 8. I bet you that's it. You know why? Because it's sitting right next to the Venonat 9 in this photo. The same Venonat that's in this box, that Venusaur E3, it's a rainbow Venusaur. That's got to be it. It's a $60 card. It makes a lot of sense. Actually, it says right here, $3,925 Venusaur sold. So I think he was supposed to go in that box and he didn't. All right. So I believe that is a $60 Venusaur that should have been in that box. It's sitting right next to the Venonat that's also in the box in this photo. The photo is from 3/9/25 in the March channel. Take a quick look at that. Yeah, I was going to say, if it's a rainbow Venusaur, PSA 9, that almost doesn't make sense because that would be too expensive to fit in the box even. Wait a second, what about this one? What's this? No, that's a rainbow Venusaur, $145. So that's definitely not it. I believe you had the E3 Venusaur on 3/9/25. That's what's going on. It's a Topps card, Pokemon First Movie E3. Yes. And there was a picture of one in the March channel, and it says sold. Ironically, it's sold. So I believe he was supposed to go in that box, and he didn't. I had a question about the vintage packs on how it works. Do you get random vintage cards? Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly how it works. Patrick Diaz-Depas, I'm going to replace your pull with the $60 store credit, okay? Is that all right? I make mistakes when it comes to filling these. When it comes to filling out these boxes, I make mistakes. Little mistakes like that. All right. So you did pretty good on that, actually, Patrick. Jacob Dunn. 1 Hello Kitty, 1 Korean Eevee Heroes, 1 Heat Wave. That's Jacob Dunn. Hello, Jacob. How are you? Here we are. 1 Korean Eevee. Ooh. Where are my Eevee heroes? Here they are. Mr. Jacob. I had a professor whose last name was Dunn. Heat Wave, and he did not like his job. He hated his job. It was really obvious. He was so not passionate about teaching. There we go. All right. Actually, there's a whole story to that one. Like, the whole class reported him, and then one day, he wasn't our teacher anymore. There you go. Mr. Jacob. Oh, look at that. Whoa, very nice. Maybe a done thing. Probably not. But I've always been a voracious learner, and I always did pretty well in university. And somehow this guy would talk and I couldn't follow it. It was crazy. But it was just the way he talked about it. It's like he talked about it like he hated it almost. It is. Okay, Mr. Jacob. So, Jacob, let's see if we can find your bag. Did you need a new bag? Harry Dunn, please stand up. His name was Professor Dunn. And so many people reported him to the dean or whatever he is, the head of the Department of Mathematics, that guy was gone halfway through the course, and we had a different teacher. New bag. First timer. First timer. You didn't mention that. Here, let me get you another pack. Bonus pack. All right. Le bonus pack. Okay. Who doesn't like a nice bonus pack? All right. So weird. I felt like I recognized your name. Maybe it's because of that whole professor thing. Ba-doop. All right. That was a chance for an Umbreon, but instead it is Eldegoss. The Eevee Heroes Korean Eevee Heroes have been popular for a real long time. Back in the day, you could buy those for next to nothing. They keep going up because they're running out of them. Okay. Good. Okay. Lovely. Good, good, good. What's next? Mr. Brandon Wong. He says $40 for Beckett Grading for the Azure Lane Volume 2 Plymouth signature that's in the Cool Kid box. And $20 to 6. 6, you're getting a $20 bonus. All right, 6 picks up 20. I've been in the stream before, just never bought. Luckily, I have an Evolving Master set, but I miss ripping the set. You have an Evolving Master set? Oh, you're talking about for the Eevee Heroes. Yeah, it's fun, man. Okay, he said it's in the Cool Kid box. He saw you. Where did he saw you go? That guy just kind of disappeared. Okay. Ah, like that. That card right there, I bet. No, you have this card as well. Brett. You have these two cards too. Okay. Ooh. Really, let's organize those into one baggie. How do I enter the giveaway, by the way? Yeah, I haven't activated it. I need to activate the giveaway for tonight. It's a Thursday night. Okay. It's this one, isn't it, right? I bet you're sending out the raunchiest girl card. That's what I would do. Okay. Good. Okay. So the giveaway, here it is. How many spots left on that giveaway? Just 3 spots. It's real close. It's real close. Man, it is time. So I'm going to go reset our Streamlabs. Not Streamlabs, our Nightbot. Okay, so that's ready to go. Just type in TCC, the letters T followed by the letter C, followed by the letter C, and that enters you into a chance for the giveaway. There it is. Okay, there's the giveaway card. Set that to the side for the moment. So we have Mr. Chensig Vong wants a live custom. You got it. That Pokepot's feeling thick, man. That's a cold live custom. Sorry, man. Let's see. Now we have an order from Hathim for Nikes. You got it, Mr. Hathim? One, two, three, four. Is it? Scuba deep buns. Snipping this. Snipping this. We still have plenty of solo leveling, everybody. Solo leveling was really, really hot when we first introduced it to the menu. I'm not talking as much about it recently just because we've opened so much. I feel like I got my fill a little bit. But here it is. This set still gives you a chance for a signature from an extremely popular anime, solo leveling. It's a Korean anime. How interesting. Yeah, pretty neat. This was the top seller in the last week, I'd say. That and Dan to Dan, which is almost sold out now. We have a restock on Dan to Dan on the way. Blah, solo leveling. Okay. Yo, solo leveling. Yeah, those are $60 a box. They're pretty brand new on the menu. They just joined the menu about a week ago, maybe less than a week ago. And in that time period, I'd sold like 40 of those little boxes, I swear. Those little boxes are just selling out. Okay, that's for Mr. Thim. Did the BGS sub go out? It has not gone out. You still have like another day to submit to it. But I swear it's going out real soon. Real soon. Like this Saturday kind of soon. Okay. I might need to tell my friend about it to get it. Sure. Well, I'm not going to stop you from doing that. All right. 3 Nikkei's. Good. Looks like there's no orders in the queue now. Queue is empty. Tossing that over there. ETA for Stellar Crown restock. All right. So let me go ahead and snip this. We're going to, since we're having a moment in the stream, we're going to take a chance to price up more cards. More of these fun cards. All right. Here's a booty cheeks girl. Damn it, I fell asleep. Troy! Dang, dude, look how sexual these cards are. That's ridiculous, man. So ridiculous. All right. Yeah, the solo leveling booster boxes are $60 a piece, and they have been selling through like hotcakes. There's some really rare cards to pull out of there. The card list is not a huge card list, so you'll see repeats after even just a couple boxes getting open. But the chase cards, those are really nice, and those are very hard to pull. Dang, dude. That's ridiculous. All right. Mr. Thim. I think you did kind of well there, Mr. Thim, picking up those full arts. Okay, so here's the giveaway card. Let's get a spot handed out for that, shall we? So we got Chenseg Vaughn going on to the giveaway. Spot number 1. Okay, stick around for that, guys. We'll see what happens next. Yes, here we are. So I have a moment to work on something other than pack opening. Let's see what we got here. Horsey for $75 as a Gem Mint 10. Poker Pichu for $25. It's really worth about $25. The card itself is a nice card. Dodrio. The Halo Sketch card. Yeah, he can go. Let's swap that like that. And Prophecy of the Fooder. Okay, let's take a picture. You know why we take a picture of these, right? Because we're posting these up to our Discord server where you can go shopping for them even when I'm not live. so you can always see our collection of slabs and what we have available. I'm a very popular slab shop because I offer a way for you to pay the slab down over 6 months so that you don't have to put it on a credit card at all, and so that you can pick out something nice that you like this one. But let's say you won't have 240 for a little while. You can do a 6-month payment plan where you just pay it down casually over 6 months. It's very casual. It's not at all super like rough like a bank or something. Like you don't have to sign any paperwork. It is. There's a one-time reservation fee, so it's very simple. Let's see. All right, the new slabs. Here they are. We got Flareon. Now, look at these. Doesn't that look cool, man? The art style reminds me of like those apps. Like, what's that one where it's like you're trying to cross the road? It's a copy of Frogger. That sounds very interesting. I might give that a try. I usually pay my bills on time. Yes, it's called Slabaway. I'll show you an example of Slabaway real fast. See all these slabs right here? These are all in Slabaway. People pay a reserve fee to be able to take a slab and pay it down over 6 months. And this is one of the things I'm well known for. Like this card right here. Ooh, he got it cheaper just a little while ago. The new one's more expensive. Shining Steelix, Charizard VMAX, Umbreon, Myena. So that's an example of how people are using Slabaway to pay down expensive slabs. There's a fee. It's a $20 fee for 6 months. You have to have it halfway paid off by 3 months and all the way paid off by 6 months. Other than that, I don't care how you don't have to do like a certain amount each month. It's nothing like that. It's got to be halfway by 3, all the way by 6. When it comes to the halfway by 3, that rule's not super strict even. It's just like, I need to see that you tried to pay it a little bit within 3 months. If you haven't made any payments within 3 months, it gets grabbed. It gets revoked. All right. But there's no interest payments, nothing like that. Obviously, if you fail to pay your slab away, it does not affect your credit score. It doesn't go onto your credit card, so your credit card's nice and empty. There's no interest payments, nothing like that. It's a nice way to kind of pay down a slab. Cards that you put into Slabaway, you also get a little bit of time to potentially, trade something toward it. You know what I mean? Maybe you scrounge up some cards. Some people like to trade cards toward like Mr. Javier Arroyo. He just gave me 3 slabs to apply toward his Slabaway. So, all that's a lot of fun. All right. I seen last night PSA said prices are going up again and wait is longer again. Really? PSA said that? That sucks. Why would that be happening? I don't understand why that would be happening. Doesn't make any sense. Because they're blocking international orders. Hut them, 6 Azure Lane, Volume 2. Oh, man. Do you still have my slab from 2023? Oh, highly unlikely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because we're in 2025. That's 2 years later, so I'm going to bet no. This. All right. After 1 full year, cards are considered abandoned, and they're just gotten rid of. They're donated. But with the slabs, we usually give them more time. So slabs get more time. But if it's like from 2 years ago, it's got to be gone by now. All right. Hopefully it wasn't anything too crazy. Do you have monthly subscription and get random booster card pack or like some surprise box of cards? I've seen those, Hooded Man. I've seen those. I don't like those. No, but I know what you're talking about. It's like a subscription meal plan kind of setup. Other companies deal in that kind of product. I don't deal in that kind of product. Oh, well. I'm sorry, dude. Whoa. Yeah, there's like a 99.9% chance it's gone after 2 years. We were actually having a problem where there are all these abandoned slabs, dude. It's kind of crazy that people will have a slab and they just kind of abandon it, because sometimes slabs cost a little more than a raw card, you know, but yeah, people abandon them, and we give them a little extra time because it's like, you know, it's a slab. So with the raw cards, you get one full year, which some people say that's too long. They say do 6 months, but we give them 1 full year. With the slabs, it'll be, you know, when the boxes get a little overwhelming, I'll go clean them out. So, but usually that's longer than 1 year. But I know we cleaned them out this year. We cleaned them out, I can't remember when it was. It was just a couple months ago we cleaned them out. And so I wouldn't anticipate anything being left over. There it is. If it was from 2024 early on, I would suspect it's still around, but 2023, that's real old. All right, Hathim. Mr. Hathim. Ooh. We are. Mr. Ace. Thanks for popping by, man. How are you today? Dang, dude, look at that outfit. That is crazy, man. Okay. I paid mine off too quickly. Didn't take advantage of the time allowances. Topps Chrome Squirtle. It is. All right. Yeah, this sucks, man. Mr. Ashiteru. Here's nobody in the queue. Next up, we have Poopy Tar. Look at that Poopy Tar. Poopy Tar, I think he's a $60 slab, but I feel like he's not going to sell super fast because it's like trying to sell a Metapod. He only makes sense in context of also slabbing away the Tyranitar and the Pupitar. I think I've got that as a 10 as well. All right, let's go ahead and sleeve this card. Ashiteru. Oh, I already did this. Wow, these poker cards have such a nice, clean, minimalistic look. Nice. Oh, really nice, right? All right. Ooh. I proclaim a deep, resounding love for you. What? I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm married. Here's a PSA 10 Moltres. What did we price this guy for in the daytime stream? Didn't he sell in the daytime stream? I have a boyfriend. Let's see. All right, let's see. $76 maybe? Let's grab this. Soup. Okay. Oh, Tyranitar. I play for both teams, mister. No! The Democrats and the Republicans? That's very open-minded of you. We need more of that in this country. Yeah. All right. Oops. Let's grab PSA 10 Tyranitar. Oh, 79. And he's going to be about 45. I kind of dig the Whig and Federalist Party. 25. There it is. How about this Suicune? Now, we got a Suicune like this up on the table already. He's 69. I think the Suicune's 69 because I remember saying nice. How about the same Suicune for 35 bucks at auction earlier last year? He's going to keep going up. This guy right here, he's a beautiful card. He's got the appearance of an alt-art. V-Star Universe and Crown Zenith are going to do well over time, in my opinion. everyone's paying attention to the rocket set right now, saving up their money for the rocket set, and these might be underpriced as a result. You know, their prices might be suppressed by the fact that everyone's getting ready to go into a different set. So you know how we talk about sometimes like, oh, give it a year and then buy it? That might be this time period for these guys right here. All right, let's see. I'm holding the 3 dogs, have 2 sets of them in Japanese. I think the Suicune was 69. Grabbing this. We have Nathan Gordon, 20 on Le Slabaway. You got it, Mr. Nathan. This goes down to $120. Click. And now he needs 10 Japanese electric. Pikachu! Okay. All right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 8 of these, huh? So we need 2 more. And I think that means... Don't I have 2 more? Nope, that is definitely not it. That is Black Flame. It's such a mess over here. Let me go get another fresh box. Oh, my knees! My legs! Can't tell for sure, but it looks like we're about to run out of electric breaker. You gotta walk careful when you're walking in this room, man. You trip, you're gonna cut your face open. All right. Can I buy Pokemon Joker? Yeah, $25. All right, here we go. Good luck. Ooh. Did you see Final Fantasy is doing a collab with Collector's Boosters? Yeah, I heard about that. That'll be a fun set. Good collab. 2 strong franchises. All right. Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy is in June. What? Cold. 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 Headset. Ooh, this is a rough round so far. Maybe it heats up right now. Ooh. Oh, no, you got the button. That's not good luck. Which is why I'm poor now. Here's a hollow. Ooh. And here's Le Pikachu Pika. Look at that Pikachu. And a cold one. Which is why I'm poor now. I think what you mean is your Final Fantasy cards wealthy. That's what you mean. All right. Scoop-a-doop-a-doobie. Oh, all right. You did get a Pikachu out of there. Nathan Gordon, technically. All right. So far, the craziest pull of tonight has been the signature by Mr. Brandon right at the beginning of the stream. Now we have Miss 6 opening a box of solo leveling. Here it is. Thank you, 6. Brandon, you had the best pull of the night. Best pull of the night is Brandon. All right. Tossing that away. It's a really far away time period to place an order. If it's releasing in June, I probably would do my pre-order like end of May maybe. You know, because prices can fluctuate a lot. They can go up, but they actually are more likely to go down at this point. Because the people who are most enthusiastic for like a set, they will tend to overpay really, really early on. But that's not always the case. Sometimes a set is so good that the price actually surges further upward. So I've seen it all. But pre-orders have burned me pretty bad in the past. So I try not to pre-order much. The time to pre-order a set is when it's going to be a surprise hit. Like, people don't realize it yet, but the set's about to become the biggest deal. Now, Final Fantasy, I don't know if that's the case, because I saw the pre-release price on it already, and my immediate thoughts were, nah, this is already overpriced. This? Let's see. Nice, you got Sung Jin Woo, rank 6. Wish I'd kept my Fallout collector boxes sealed. You like the Fallout collector boxes? Those are neat, huh? All right, yeah, that set did well for me. That's what kind of, you know, we got Magic, Lord of the Rings, and Magic Fallout, and those did so well for me. I said, all right, we got to stop ignoring Magic. Here's Baek Yoon Ho. My hubby. Whoa! Go Gun Hee. All right, my husbando. Here's Cha Hae In. All right. I've been watching some First Amendment audit videos, and it's hilarious. Never heard of that. Here we are. Cold pack. Even straight guys I know want them. Uh-huh. Straight. Okay. I'm totally straight. What are you talking about? Here's this guy. Ooh. Here's Go Gun Hee and Woon Jin Tur. Can't fool us, 6. Oh my god, I see a Pikachu. No. Oh, the little Pichu, you mean? Is that what you're talking about? I think somebody bought that. Ooh. He's pretty affordable. $25 Pichu. He's fun. There's 2 of them, though, I think. I had 2 of them on the table. I had Hak 2 of them. Mister, I want a Siggy. I know! 6, I can tell you're really passionate about this set, so you, of all people, should be getting the Siggy, obviously. There we go. I'll have you know something, 6. I have a whole nother case of this. So there is a lot of booster boxes left in the current case, like a lot. And then after that, a whole nother case. For whatever reason, one case of this product is just a ton of booster boxes. I don't know, I mean, like maybe 50 or 60 boxes. Here's 6. So you're forced to buy some ridiculous amount of it. Here it is. Haha. Open another credit card. Now I'm broke. No! All right. Very nice. Here's Lou Casta. He wants the $25 Pikachu Joker. I think he means this Pichu. It's a Pichu. Lou Casta. Here you go, Lou. Okay. How crazy is that Germany is gearing up their military big time? Here we are. Electric breaker times 5. I think it's because of Donald Trump. I think that the EU's looking at him saying, this guy does not want to be part of NATO. He wants to do something else. So they're going, and then Russia's chomping at our heels in Ukraine, so we're going to need our own military. There it is. All right. Very good. Skip to my loo. Someone get solo leveling. I need my fix. There we go. Lucasta. Ah, the butterfly. Here's Togekiss. And the bug. The bug. How will they even get young men to go into the military in Europe? Do European young men want to go to war? I have a feeling like Europe's probably not that nationalist. This. Very nice. How do you convince young guys to go out and die? All right, so there was actually 2 Pichus. Here's a Mr. Mime. Lovely. Shuppet 10 is a vintage Hidden Legends card. This is Joker Pikachu 10 for 145. He's the real McCoy. And here's Lantern. Woohoo. All right, what's next? We've got Hathim 9 Heat Wave. Hathim, you got it, man. Oh, I found out I had another case of Heat Wave. We're set on Heat Wave, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7 of those. They will force the immigrant Muslims as cannon fodder. I don't think you could do that either. I mean, unless you give them some kind of sweet deal where you're like, hey, come do our military and we'll make you a citizen really quickly. Give me a minute. All right. My legs. Legs get so stiff sitting here for hours, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 more. Okay. There you go. You know, the most patriotic German men, they're probably going to be kind of like nationalist personality types, right? You know what I'm saying? They're going to be conservative nationalist personality types. And if Germany's sort of being ran by the opposite mindset, more like open borders globalism, why would they want to go die for that? That's the hardest problem with it. Like, how do you convince young men to die for that? They go, well, it's not even our country anymore. It's just the country of anyone. It's just anyone's country, and taxes are enormous, and you can't afford a home, and I don't believe the war I'm fighting in. Like, why am I fighting this war again? The conservative pro-nationalist men probably look at the opponent and be like, he's more like me than my own, leaders are. That's, I think, what you saw in America with all the conservatives simping for Putin. They went, well, he's more like us than the liberals are. So that was the problem. So how do you get those guys to go off and join the military and die? Because you got to convince them to die for something. You know, the Taliban's a really fascinating group because they tell you, join up with us. We're going to get treasure. We're going to get booty. You're going to get women. Have no fears. You're going to get women. And if you die, you'll get even more women. That's a message that really works on men, in my opinion. It's a misogynist message, but it works. You know, maybe it's just part of our animal instincts, our old monkey brains, our lizard brains. But, if you tell men to go jump on a grenade because you're protecting your utopian feminist society that, is just a large open border globalist society, you go, well, I'm not jumping on the grenade for everyone else. That's the problem with it. How do you do that? How do you convince them to die for everyone else? They don't want to do that. Hey, mister, do you like Charizard? What? All right. So this is Hathim, 9 Heat Waves, picking up a beautiful Typhlosion. Ooh. I like Charizards. Okay, we'll grab here. What the hell are you talking about, Mr. LMAO? I was talking about, so we were talking about Germany beginning to work on their military. And I was talking about how do you get guys to recruit, to sign up for the military, which the deeper concept of the military is you have to kill people and die fighting. And how do you convince people to do that with their free time? Hey, that's what I'm passionate about. It's that thing. Start a war on multiple fronts, expend your active duty and reserves, and start a draft. Yeah, I suppose that's possible, right, a draft. But, in a democracy, a draft does not work very well. If you activate... All right, so we have PDX going in the giveaway. If you activate a draft, you're going to lose your next election really fast. Unless the people see it as like this super necessary war, like struggle for survival kind of war. But if it's not, if it's a bit more gratuitous, it's not going to happen. I wish we had peace in this whole world and work together besides making reasons to fight each other and losing lives. It's all about these leaders that will start to make wars to make money. Yeah, it really, well, it is, because it's all about a struggle for power. It's a struggle for dominance. Hey, we want to put our name on this. We're going to put our flag on this. This is our borderline. We want to be rich. So it's this struggle always, this is a struggle for power. It's a really fascinating subject. Here's Nathan, 12 more PP chews. PP chews. You're talking about the electric breaker. Yes, sir. You got it. Yeah, peacetime is a good time, but not for everybody. Like Putin wanted Ukraine because he said, man, all this peace, that's not really working in our favor. Let's do some war instead. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And 12, right? It works on a smaller scale too, right? Imagine you're rich. You're living in a nice neighborhood, gated community. You got a hot wife. You got kids, blah, blah, blah. And then you just got this great job. Maybe you're a software engineer. And then there's this other guy. He just can't get a job. He can't get a girlfriend. He can't get kids. He has no interest in peace. So you could look at Russia that way. What was Russia really even doing before they started the Ukraine war? They weren't making AI. They're not China. Right, the leader in manufacturing. They're not the USA, the leader in technology. They're not the leader in anything. So he's got this big empire, and he wants the satellite states back. And he said, maybe our best shot to wealth is to just go steal. Stealing might be our best move right now. It is. All right. When you're poor, you steal. And maybe he had all this aging military weapon that he has spent a lot of money on, and he was ready to use that military weapons before the investment went bad, right? Because eventually they age out really bad. There we go. That's kind of the same for the United States. If we don't use our military, we kind of invested in nothing. So the United States, with its huge military, is tempted to use it on things. There you go. Minister just described me. I want to feed every starving baby. Oh, that's nice, man. All right, Mr. Nathan. That's a cold one. Here's a cold one. Okay, we've got the elephants. Russia had no warm water ports. NATO was closing around them. Ukraine started this war in 2014, cleansing ethnic Russians from Ukraine. Yeah, I've heard those arguments, and I think some of them are actually pretty fair. Again, like if a similar thing was happening to the United States or to China, they just wouldn't, no one would tolerate that. So EU and NATO said, don't worry, we're not going to expand into Ukraine. That was the agreement back then when they said, all right, we're going to tear the wall down. We're going to recede. No more Cold War. We agreed to that. And then they're pushing Ukraine into being their ally, to being useful to the EU, to being maybe a member of NATO. And then, Russia annexed the Crimea or whatever it's called. I can't remember the area. But he annexed that area because it's mostly Russian. There's a lot of Russian people living there, and they wanted it. That's what I've heard, anyways, that the people there wanted to be annexed. And that triggered sort of like this standoffishness, this sort of sanctioning, and hey, we got a problem with Russia, and you know, you can't be part of our team, you can't be part of our group. Yeah, it's really interesting when you watch it. It's like every war almost. It's every war. It's every struggle for power, every struggle for wealth. It is. All right. Here's a holo. Very nice. Okay. And here's Phoebos. Let's see. Let's go back here. Same old war stuff, just different names and faces. Yeah, I agree. All right, there we go. Nathan Gordon picking up Phoebos. Tossimus. Ta-da. Grabbing this. Wow, that is one fat bag, Nathan. I think it's time to split it. Split it. All right. I think Putin and I think that China definitely smell weakness in the West, and they're making their moves. I think that's what's going on. I think that men in the West don't want to die for their own country anymore. I think one of the most dangerous things about the West is how divided we are politically. That's a huge weakness for us. No matter what you do as a Democrat, you know the Republicans are going to criticize it. And no matter what you do as a Republican, you know the Democrats are going to criticize it. And they're going to use whatever it is you did to try and undermine you and replace you. So the existential differences between the Republican and Democrat parties in America, it's actually it's like an internal problem that's so severe. It nullifies our power as a nation and with our military. So, yeah, it's an interesting problem to have. It is Quillfish. Like this whole trade war, the decoupling with China. Well, China wants to create this BRICS alliance with Russia, with Brazil, with India, and probably with anyone they can get, like Saudi Arabia. That's kind of a big deal, right? So they're trying to sort of, in my opinion, they're trying to sort of replace the United States in these other countries. They're basically our enemy then, right? Like they're not just like a friendly, competitive economic rival. They're like a genuine rival. They back Russia. That's the country that's invading Ukraine. They back Iran, and whatever position we take, they take the opposite position socially, politically on the international stage. They steal a lot of our technology. They steal a lot of our intellectual property. Yeah, and then they sell TikTok over here, but we're not allowed to sell YouTube over there. So it's a real problem, I feel. You're not allowed to invest in some of their companies. They won't allow that. Here's a Sidro, even though we were allowing them to do stuff like buy all of our gaming companies, buy farmland in the heart of America. All right, Mr. Sidro says, may I ship my bag in slabs and one top loader for the Waifu card and leave it with you to get it graded later? We can do that, definitely. Here we are. What's your thoughts on the Supreme's ruling today? I didn't catch it. Maybe you can tell us a little about it. But I think what I was trying to say, this card right here. All right, let's leave this here. So I think what I was trying to say is maybe Joe Biden would have began this trade war with China or some other form of a conflict. But how can he? Because he's going to get eaten alive by the Republicans. Oh, man, I got to sneeze so bad. All right. Grab this. Biden's team could not do something like what Trump is doing right now because they knew the election was a dangerous thing to lose and that it was going to be close. And so how is it that they can go fight China and rock the boat and have the markets tip over? Because the markets will always fall over in a war. That's what they did when Putin began his war. All the markets, the stock market plummeted. So how can you have your war with China, your trade war, whatever it is, when you're decoupling with them, because you're like, look, man, you're not just a friendly business competitor, you're a true rival. You're trying to replace our currency. You're trying to get a sort of like your own axis over there, where it's like your own NATO. You're trying to put your own NATO together. So you're a little more than just a trading partner. You're a serious business. You're trying to replace us as the world superpower. We couldn't decouple with them during the Biden administration because Biden would have gotten eaten alive. And they were scared of losing the election to Trump. It shows you how having such a divided country is a weakness. It's a real weakness. All right, let's see. Oops. And we're going to increase the weight on this. Do you think Afghanistan made the U.S. look weak to other countries? Super weak. Super duper duper weak. The pullout from Iran was a disaster. The general said in a hearing that they warned Joe Biden not to do it. Did you guys catch that? You have to watch a lot of politics to see that. But the general said, we told Joe Biden not to have a hard date on when we pull out, but to have a dynamic date based on what's going on around us. And they said, Joe Biden said, don't do that, and to just pull out by a strict date. And they basically said that's why we got attacked. That's also why they had to leave whatever it was, $80 billion of equipment over there. All right, there you go. Very nice. When that happened, I felt so shocked and I was so disappointed by it. So now we've got Mr. Omar, 3 heat wave. You got it, 3 heat waves. So we just got the heat waves over here. 2, 3. They got all our military equipment. Now other countries can reverse engineer our stuff. Yeah, that was the conversation back then. That the losses were much larger than just $80 billion. It's $80 billion of immediate equipment, but the science behind the equipment is much higher than $80 billion. And that was all lost. There it is. That was when Putin began his war in Ukraine. Was right after that. And it showed you what a consequence that was. I knew what was going on with Putin. Putin was saying, hey, this country, America, is in disarray. They're not going to have any confidence at war anymore. They're going to have no stomach for war. He's like, I better make my move on Ukraine right now. This is my best shot. There we go, Mr. Omar. And I think Putin's close to getting what he wants. I think if Putin walks away with a chunk of the land, he's going to be very happy. He doesn't have to take all of Ukraine. I think he just has to take a good chunk of it, and then he'll be very happy. But he wants a lot of concessions. He wants, you know, the West, NATO, to promise not to touch Ukraine and to leave completely, to get all our people out and never join them. There it is. I think that this is obvious to say, but it would be nice if we could simply live and let live. But no, there always has to be someone who demands all the power. Yeah, I think it's part of living in a world of limited resources. So it's just like this default problem and you can't escape it. It's really sad. Nathan Gordon, finish the box. Finish the box. What is he talking about? Oh, of electric breaker. 12 more Pikachu's. Finish the box. Let's see. Here we are. Okay. You know, these competing governments, they have competing ideologies and philosophies too. You know, it's not even like we're close to being friends. Communist China is very different from a democracy in the West. It sort of feels lame saying that, you know, because I was sort of told that China was some kind of boogeyman my whole life. I'm like, all right, they're the boogeyman. And as I got older, I was like more open-minded. I was like, what if China's awesome, actually? What if the Communist Party is really conservative? What if they're hardworking? But when you look into it again, like if you look into it with detail, no, they are kind of the boogeyman. Like I wouldn't want to be ruled by a Communist Party that can take away my rights very quickly and can inflate steal my purchasing power with inflation very quickly so that I have to stay poor and keep working in a factory. I mean, that's pretty nasty stuff. So I think the Chinese people would actually prefer to have more freedom themselves, but they have no shot at that because the Communist Party has too much power. It is what we got. Oh, man. It's a good thing you finished that box in particular, Nathan. Wow. I think this becomes the top pull of the night. Crown Pikachu. What a lucky box. All right. Mr. Read My Comments, says Shockwave. What are your thoughts on the Supreme Court ruling today? I think I saw that comment, and I said I wasn't sure because I wasn't sure what you're referring to. Maybe you could tell me what the ruling is. How about that, Mr. Nathan? All right. Here's a holo. Ooh, Hydreigon. Okay. And, yeah, every country is pushing an ideology. Every country is pushing a religion. Every country is sort of rooting for their group of people, their race maybe. So that's what goes on around the world. We're not a one-world government. I don't know if we ever will be. It just seems unnatural for humans to be a one-world government. So what we really do is we split off into our separate tribes. Russia's a tribe, China's a tribe, North Korea, South Korea, those are two different tribes. Germany, France. So everyone splits into their tribes, and then everyone fights for their tribe. We are, ooh, Nathan Gordon. How about that, bro? All right. Thanks for the poll, mister. No problem, man. We pull like this all the time. We have great pulls on this stream. All you got to do is open enough product, and eventually something hot comes out. Nathan Gordon. We're just glad to see you get one. A happy ending. All right. Let's place that in the Cool Kids box, okay? Going in the Cool Kids box. You get so used to pulling cold ones, you know, you forget, oh yeah, you might pull a hot one. All right, well, it's been a busy Thursday. What a busy Thursday. Let me take a picture of all these. We're just going to take a picture of that, and now we're going to do this. Okay, oh, wait. Hold on. We're going to go into the Pricey channel. Pricey Slabs channel. Okay. 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 All right. And there we have it. Skinny Gay Pikachu. What? We could if we want to advance our civilization and our humanity to further achieve prosperity or even be in peace throughout the centuries. Those are all a lot of nice words. It's hard to actually have true altruism, you know what I mean? It's hard for a country to be so prosperous that everyone gets to live like a king. How's that possible? How do you accomplish that without a bunch of slaves doing your work for you, you know? You know how a CEO makes $1 million? He got a bunch of guys working for him making way less than him. Well, Americans kind of work that way too. How do we get all this garbage we enjoy in our lives? Well, there's some worker working in a sweatshop making it for us. That's how. You know, there's some kid in maybe like Bangladesh, and there's some kid working in the mines. When I was young, I yearned for the mines. But so, you know, we reach for this, 21st century slave labor, and then we say, hey, look at this great plastics economy we put together. It's so good. We got plastic for everybody, you know. All the paper in the stock market is just based on this plastics economy. It's not anything real. This is why I say I'm gonna start getting gold, guys. We're gonna start adding gold to the stream a little bit, because it's like gold's a lot more real than plastic, and I want people to have more gold. All right, so Let's try 10 packs of Ho-Oh Hot Wing Arena. Hot Wing Arena, you got it. Nathan Gordon's feeling good now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Watch him pull out Cynthia. 10. There we go. All right. I think that's one of the reasons why Donald Trump's such a controversial figure, you know. He comes out, he says America first. It's a very greedy way of thinking, you know. It's very sort of like, we're here for us and no one else. And the rest of the world probably hears that and says, oh, brother. Because America's already this country that's looked at as pretty successful. But I feel like that image has to change. I think that America has to be seen differently. America's more like this country with $36 trillion of debt now. And we don't really produce that many goods. And we're just like a big customer and nothing else. We should be producing some of our own goods for national security. But also, I think that it's not a bad idea to have our goods produced in countries that don't hate us. I think China hates us. So I think China very badly wants to replace us. And so probably we should not be giving China all of our money. We should be asking other countries to do the manufacturing. Because, you know, diversifying who manufactures the goods, make sure it's not getting concentrated into one country that then says, all right, good, now we're going to replace you. Ooh, a little Cardshop. You got Roserade. It's like a Band-Aid that needs to be peeled off, and I don't think any American president wants to do it. Because the moment they peel it off, they're going to get targeted so hard by the media. They're going to get targeted by their opponent. They're going to get targeted by consumers who don't like to pay more for their goods. You know, because it's so convenient to have your goods produced for very, 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 very cheap. But your ideological opponent is the one making the money from the production of these goods. And your ideological opponent does stuff like competing currency. And your ideological opponent does stuff like financially support your war opponent, like Russia. They're literally fighting over Ukraine right now. How did Russia survive the sanctions? China. That's how they did it. So it's like, maybe it doesn't make any sense that China gets to keep doing that. We just keep giving them money and keep giving them all our business. It just doesn't make sense to have our whole economy built around that. But again, pulling that Band-Aid off is so painful. How are you going to do that? How are you going to pull the Band-Aid off and not get criticized? And because we're so divided between the left and the right, we're so divided. Biden couldn't stop it. Obama couldn't stop it. Don't you guys remember? I'm pretty old. Don't you guys remember Obama was warning about Chinese currency manipulation, and he was also warning us about North Korea getting a nuclear bomb. I think they were worried about Iran doing that too, right? That was when we got the John Kerry Iran nuclear deal was all the way back then. And everyone criticized that as not being a very good deal. But we were worried we were going to have to go to war with North Korea back then. And we were worried we were going to have to go to war with China because of the currency manipulation. That was under Obama. All right, here's Duskull Master Ball for only $44. That's a pretty good one. Someone fill him in on the Supreme Court ruling. I tried. Sorry for the spam. Let's see. Shockwave. Read my comment. Maybe because I'm in top chat, I didn't see it. Hold on. What if I go to all messages? Oh, look at that. It's been hiding your comment over and over again. So that's so weird. I wonder why that would be hidden by the top chat. So I went to all chat. It says, the Supreme Court ordered Trump's team to get the legal immigrant back. Is that from Venezuela? Here it is. Not the Venezuela, El Salvador. I'm sorry. There was one guy who claimed he shouldn't have been deported to El Salvador, right? Let's see. Maryland immigrant wrongly deported to El Salvador must be returned to the U.S. Supreme Court rules. A Salvadoran national living in Maryland. I'm reading it. All right, so it sounds like they're claiming that he shouldn't have been sent and that they want him to come back. They must provide him with the processes to which he would have been entitled to had he not been unlawfully removed to El Salvador. That's very interesting because they're not ordering that for everyone that got sent to El Salvador. So I wonder if there's like paperwork that proves that the guy who got kicked out was definitely not supposed to have been kicked out. You know what I mean? All right. I'm going to go prospecting at the rivers. I've watched those on YouTube, the guys who do like small time prospecting and they actually find a little bit of gold. That's always really fun. They never find a lot of gold, the prospectors. It always makes me think like they could probably be doing some other kind of work that makes them a lot more money. Like, for example, I'm really familiar with trees and how to harvest valuable cuts of wood because I did that as a kid as part of my dad's wood business. And it's so funny to see a guy work so hard, you know, shaking a little thing for gold, and they buy like all this equipment too. And I'm sure the equipment is not free. And all they had to do was get like a saw and chop a tree down and you make way more money. You'd instantly make way, way, way more money. But most people just don't know that kind of stuff. It's like this knowledge that nobody has. It's so weird. It's a secret knowledge. I live in Maryland. Have been paying attention to that guy. He has full citizenship. They thought he was a gang member, but they were wrong. Ooh. Yeah, that's going to look real bad then. We are? Yeah, they better fix that. And I think that that's all part of the risk of trying to get things done too fast, which is why we have processes to give people a chance, like in court and stuff, before they get sent out. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. I wonder what spin they'll put on that. I mean, the Trump party, what spin will they put on it? All right. Will he be compensated for being deported? He'll probably be compensated, I imagine. Will he have the ability to sue? I would want to sue. I'd be like, you can't send me there for a week. Probably the worst week of his life if you think about it. Oh man, this card was not worth grading. This card is not worth grading. I spent so much money on this and it sells for so little. Leave them, we don't need them. What? Who, the guy who got wrongfully deported? Nah, dude, that's crazy talk. If he's wrongfully deported, you can't have that. And in fact, it's a blow to the Donald. I would say that's a blow to this sort of style Donald Trump's doing, where he's like, let's just deport everything really fast. Well, now your opponent has real, evidence that hurts innocent people, that people who shouldn't be deported so quickly. So, yeah, that's no good. You need the Chinese Pikachu promo. What's your PSA turnaround time if I send in for grading? Well, we just go with the cheap grading, but the good news is we're about to send it out real soon. So sooner is better than later. We are. All right. Ooh. Lesbian. That Pikachu is about to sell like in 2 seconds. Kind of makes no sense that he's only 55. Ahem, you lost, sir. Flip a coin, and if it's tails, you send me 2 slabs, okay? Flip, it's tails, I win. Oh, wow, that's a great game. I wish I could play a game like that all the time. All right. Mark says, I will be the first to say this on this channel live. I just came out as gay to my family. All right. I wasn't sure if you were like trying to tease or something. I wasn't sure if you were teasing, Mark. It seems like you're telling the truth. Yeah, you can tell us all about it if you'd like. Simon says, Trump is doing what other presidents have done before. Obama was deporter-in-chief, and Clinton cut government employees too. While that might be true, I think that's slightly different from sending... that is definitely not the same as sending people straight to the El Salvadorian notorious gang prison, right? So I think that if you're deporting somebody, normally what you do is you just drop them off in their country. And that might not be a pleasant experience, but, you know, you're still free. But that guy went to an El Salvador. He was wrongfully imprisoned. So that's not good. And when you wrongfully imprison someone, they usually get compensated. So I think that guy's going to get compensated. And the Republicans are going to have to look at, you know, how effectively they can get rid of people without doing that mistake, because that mistake is very damaging. My family and friends always knew. They were just waiting for me to say it. He's an MS-13 gang member, says Corn Rules. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a reason why they felt like he should go. Usually you can tell with tattoos or something, but I've got no clue. They will have to argue that. That's why I said I wonder what the spin will be, because maybe they'll say, look, he's a legal citizen, but he is actually part of MS-13. I don't know. So we'll find out. Trump's team spin was, it was an error and it's too late to get him back, says Shockwave. Yeah, see, like, I got no clue what they're probably going to say about it. Let's see. My family and friends always knew. All right, Mr. Mark. I finally came out as a MS-13 gang member today to my family, and they flipped out. It feels so good to be myself. You're funny, dude. All right. Ooh, look at that Geodude. Still pricing up slabs. We have nobody in the queue now. The queue is empty. This is the Thursday night, Friday morning stream. We're 2.5 hours deep. We can go easily for another hour and a half if you guys want. Maryland's crazy. They allow trans athletes. Yeah, I think that the trans athlete subject is definitely probably not a strong suit for politicians these days. I think most people have agreed that women's sports should be for people who are born female, and there are some advantages to being born male and then transitioning. You still carry some advantages with you. Like, for example, how often do you hear about former girls, going into guy sports and beating all the men? You never hear about that. It's just always the other way around. It's always some girl sport, a trans athlete beats all the girls. So you hear about that all the time. Did you guys hear about the snooker game or whatever, billiards in the UK? And it was a girls' billiards, except the final match were no girls. It was two trans athletes going, I guess athletes for billiards, I don't know. But there were no girls at the end. And people noticed it, and they were pretty outraged over it. They're like, wow, that is a bit strange. But, oh yeah, the fencing video too. I think you got to have some kind of common sense ruling on it where you say, look, it's 2025, but girls need to have a space for biological women, you know, like being a female, you know what I'm saying? All right, so this card is going to be priced at 25. You mean the men's billiards game? Yeah, it was getting a lot of criticism. People are saying, that ain't right. What we got here? We got nice full picks over here. Mom was friends with 2 MS-13 gangs. Where I'm from is the San Fernando Missions. We have an orange tree in our backyard, and my mom used to hand out oranges to the Latin community just outside my house. Little did I know, my mom was friends with 2 MS-13 gangs. Oh, whoa. Jesus, cornrows. Mark, that's what happens in a YouTube live chat. People come out really harsh, man. There we go. All right. I don't know about that, Corn Rules. Too much gooning there, Corn Rules. All right, so let's go ahead and get a price on this Power Keepers Vulpix. Jesus, dude. Answer that immediately. Power Keepers. Nothing can be nice on the internet. How come his message was halved? Whoa, here it is. The Power Keepers Vulpix in question. $90 Wow. We're going to stick to that pretty harshly because we're very aware of how incredibly difficult it is to pull 10s these days. It's really difficult. All right, Mr.'s offended. Now, it's virtually impossible to offend me, is the truth. I've heard every bad joke and every nasty thing in the world, so I can't be offended. But I'm pretty well aware that people expect some sort of, I don't know, like some level of decency in the comment section. I don't know. Mr. Miguel Morales, 6 of the Scarlet Violet base set. You got it, man. Yeah, I'm like the opposite. I'm about as horrible as possible in my own head. Mr. Miguel. I was that way when I was a kid, man. When I was a kid, I was like a full-grown adult in my head. I don't know what makes a person that way, but some people are more like, you know, they're like flowers, and some people are really nasty like me. All right, Scarlet Violet base set. All right, well, I'm having trouble finding that. However, I did just find the Stellar Crown restock. So there's Stellar Crown. Scarlet Violet base set, huh? I didn't have another box just sitting in here by chance, did I? Let me look. I did. How nice is that? All I had to do was reach further back here. Whew. That gives me more time to search for another case of it, because I'm pretty sure I ordered more of it. But the Stellar Crown restock is here too. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good. All right, let's get these open, and then let's get Stellar Crown back on the menu. Snipping this. Sneep. Snipping this. Sneep. Lots of sneeps, lots of cleeps. I will never forget one of Biden's quotes. Poor kids are just as gifted and talented as white kids. This Toes Cool Growlithe. Yeah, a little bit of dementia slipping in there, huh? Meowscarada. Annihilate. This is why I feel like Donald Trump is probably going to lose in the next election. First of all, he says he wants to run for a third term. If he does, I think he just loses straight up. But more realistically, it's not going to be him. It's going to be a different Republican. And it's going to be like a pro-Donald Trump Republican. And I feel like he's probably just going to lose. You know why? Because Kamala Harris was super unpopular. I really feel like that was a large part of how Donald Trump won the first time. Hillary Clinton, right? And then the second time, he gets to run against Kamala Harris. And she was part of the Joe Biden team, and Joe Biden didn't do very well either. So I think the next time around, I think we get 4 years of Trump and it's over after that. I bet you that's what China's predicting too, and that's why we're going to wait out these tariffs. We're not going to do what you say. We're not going to make a deal with you. You're going to have your trade war with us, and then we're going to wait you out, and you're going to be out. They're probably expecting Democrats to win after this election cycle. All right, that's why I also tell like Republicans who are all stoked on Trump's victory, I was like, you get 4 years. 4 years and it just goes back to the way it was. They're going to run somebody who's way more popular than Kamala Harris, and that's going to be it. And Donald Trump's out. He's too old. He cannot run for a third term. And if he does, it's going to look pretty tyrannical. It's going to look pretty bad. The only way I can see Trump running a third term is if magically the United States becomes like so much better than it was. Can he accomplish all that in 4 years? Probably not. Probably not. So in 4 years, in fact, in 4 years, he can actually do a lot of damage if he's not careful. So, this whole trade war could very naturally lead to a lower economy and a harder quality of life. 4 years and Trump is gone. All right, BS80 grip. Is that Blake Santor? I think that's Blake. Trump's like a dying breed. He's like a different kind of American from the past. He's quite old. He's 80. Exile. Here you go, Mr. Exile. So he's gone in 4 years. Probably a Democrat has run that beats the Republican. Because it wouldn't be very hard to run a better candidate than Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was so bad. She was going to lose. But, if you're Donald Trump and you're really unpopular, but you get to run against Kamala Harris, that's, that's a big advantage. I don't really need the hollow and reverse hollows. Oh, I already put them in your bag. Donate them next time. Republicans lost Congress for like 40, 50 years. Last time tariffs happened, didn't they? Back in the 30s. Well, the 30s is a pretty long time ago. I don't know the circumstances, and I've heard people say that. I think it's a little scaremongering, to be honest. There really is a problem with the relationship between the United States and China. I really think it is important for the United States to diversify the number of countries that are producing our goods and not just make China the next superpower because we're addicted to buying plastic, essentially. But despite that, Trump's tariffs could go poorly. The thing is, if we're consuming all this product from China and they don't want to buy anything from us, they say, hell no, don't sell us anything. Tariffs are just going to go one way. Like, how's China going to beat us at a tariff war? I don't really get it. Like, it could hurt us. It could hurt small businesses where their whole business is selling you plastic. But ultimately, your whole life's not going to be ruined if you can't buy plastic. I don't think it would. So I don't know. We'll have to see the actual outcome. It's all speculation. It's like gambling in a stock market right now. Probably a lot of rich guys who sell plastic are very concerned right now. They're going, oh my God. But we're mostly a technology. That's what we do. We do technology now. We don't have to have plastic, but we have to have technology. And we do our own technology. So I think probably we'd be okay. And I think that China's economy would be hurt far worse since they don't like to consume American goods. They just like to sell to us. And so if they can't sell to us anymore, I feel like that actually hurts them more. So I don't know. It's ugly for both groups, but the idea of decoupling from China and maybe moving more manufacturing to countries like Indonesia, India, maybe countries that don't especially get along with China even, like maybe a country that naturally doesn't get along with them. Maybe moving more of our manufacturing to those kind of countries would be a smart idea. But that would mean that America has to make allies. And can Trump do that? It seems like he was much better at making enemies. All right. If America and China had a war right now, who would win Mister? Like an actual battle, like an actual war? I assume America. because America has spent so much money on its military, and I think China hasn't spent quite as much. But we're not at risk of losing like a physical fight with China. We're at risk of losing an economic fight. And I think China has a much better shot at the economic fight. But, you know, if America stops buying China's goods, who's going to buy all those goods? Who's going to replace America as a consumer? That's why I was saying at the beginning of all this, I said, maybe the reason Trump feels like he can be a bully around tariffs is because he believes America has a monopoly on consuming goods. America says, we'll consume all the goods. And no one does that except for the U.S. So who are you going to sell them? You think Australia wants to buy all the plastic now? Don't worry, China. You don't let us sell you much either, but we'll just eat all your plastic for you. Well, you think Germany's in love? Hey, if we could just buy more Chinese plastic, our economy would be so much better. So there's this maybe like rude awakening that the world is ran on a plastics economy when what you really should have is gold, right? China's not offering to sell us a bunch of gold under price. They want us to pay a high price, a high margin on plastic, and then they use that cash to buy gold. They stockpile gold. That's what they do. So I feel like there's this rude awakening where Americans are realizing, hey, maybe our whole world, our whole economy is just based off of this garbage that's toxic and poisoning us. And who knows what happens next? I don't know what happens next. But, you know, I think China's expecting to outlast Donald Trump for 4 years. And technically they could, because they've got no democracy over there. So they can just have a bad economy for 4 years. They're allowed to do that. The difference is if we have a bad economy over here, Donald Trump's out. He'll be out. You know, no way will he have a third term, which is a crazy idea anyways. But the MAGA Republican that comes after him, that guy's out, right? So J.D. Vance or some guy, no way will they win. They'll probably go up against a proper opponent, a proper Democrat opponent, probably Newsom. Although Newsom was really hurt by those forest fires, but 4 years later, no one's going to care. That's how it works. You know, Republicans will say, yeah, but the forest fires. And after so many years, it's not going to have the same impact anymore, you know. So they're probably going to run Newsom. And, you know, he's going to do much better than Kamala Harris because he can actually talk. Newsom can talk. That's the job of a politician, is to be good at talking. And so I think that 4 years from now, Donald Trump's gone. Republicans, if they don't have a really good economy, if they haven't really improved everyone's lives, they're going to have a really difficult uphill battle keeping a hold of the presidential seat. All right, we have Mr. Pao Vang. He says, battle break for Pikachu PSA 10. Oh, a battle break on that guy. You want to turn this into a break? That's a good idea. All right, give me a moment. Let's see. You got it. So you sent $27.50, and that's perfectly half of this. There's a real movement in Canada to become a part of America, like literally. One of my middle school teachers always said we could literally just take them over. Well, you know, I talk a lot about this subject when Trump floated the idea of Canada joining the United States. And I always said this. I said the biggest problem is it's Trump. Nobody wants to join when it's his administration. But the chance to join together as one gigantic country is clever. It's actually clever. It makes a lot of sense because now one military covers the whole northern continent. And then, you know, we get Greenland and Canada and we control the northern waters together, you know, with like icebreakers and stuff. And Canadians get all this opportunity too. They get the ability to move around if they wish, to Florida, to Hawaii. No more passport, no more border customs, none of that stuff. All these corporations in the USA can hire Canadians immediately, whether it be remote work or whether they open up some kind of server farm or something like that up in the north. So a lot of opportunity is there. Here's the important part. We speak English. We all speak English. We speak English. We're similar to each other in many ways. Like historically, we have a lot of similarities to each other. Genetically, we're very similar people. So it's not an impossible idea. Like it's not a completely stupid idea. It's just that Trump's just so hateable. You know, he's like a bully that it's hard to, oh, all right, we'll join you. I think there's something patriotic in your stomach that says, no way, I'll never join you, no way. But, you know, it's funny because the patriots in Canada probably have more in common with the Donald Trump movement than they do with liberals in their own country, if you think about it, right? All right, let's see. Doing this. you guys probably have a lot in common with them compared to... Oh, somebody just took that. All right, so somebody just sent for that. Was that Mr. LaFlame? All right, Mr. LaFlame sent for the other half. Oh, but you are too late. Ivan Rodriguez did the same thing, and so did 6. So 3 people sent for this right after, but the problem is Ivan got to it first. So that means Miss 6 and Mr. LaFlame will have $27.50. I'm sorry, guys. That was a clever thing picking this card out for the break. I'm sorry. That's so inconvenient. Now you got like this awkward $27. It's like this inconvenient amount. It's not like $40. All right. So Ivan actually got in here, though. I don't remember if Ivan has a scorecard. Let's take a look at the scorecards. I'm setting for it now. Just for fun me. All right, give me a second. Let's see. So both of you guys need new scorecards. So these cards will keep track of how many times you pulled the hottest card in the break versus did not pull the hottest card in the break. Anyway, so my point is, it's not a crazy idea, but it's about whether the people are willing to do it. And also, I believe your ruling class will never agree to it, because then they would lose their positioning. They would not be the ruling class anymore. They'd have to compete against all the ruling class of the United States, and they don't want that. There you go. So they will tell you it's the worst idea they've ever heard for a very long time. Miss 6, keep mine for store credits. Appreciate that. Let's see. But yeah, so interestingly, the most patriotic Canadians are ironically probably the ones that have the most in common with Donald Trump and the Republicans. You probably on many of the subjects, you probably see the same point of view. Okay, you're probably more nationalistic, you know, but that's the irony. The irony is your nationalism stops you from wanting to join. You almost have to be able to be both patriotic but also open-minded to like a new border at the same time, or a new symbol. All right, these are set up like that. This guy goes in the middle. Good luck. It's funny, when he started that break, everyone wanted in. Shows you that breaking the right card can make it move very fast. So let's grab this. Send half the price of a slab and someone else needs to pay the others. Yeah, so if you send for half the price of a slab, you have to have another person join you too. It might be a good idea to talk about it in live chat. Whenever you do send for the break, though, don't say anyone's name, because if you put someone's name into a PayPal chat, PayPal payment, PayPal does not like that. What would be the risk if we did merge? Well, the biggest risk, in my opinion, is with the Republican Party in the United States. They'd probably lose. You know, American elections are always very close. Basically, Canadians would be choosing the next American president. You guys would choose the next president. How crazy is that? So, yeah, I mean, that's not so bad, is it? You guys would cast the tie-breaking vote for sure, because you add so many people to the actual voting. All right, here goes. 1, 2. Let's just start there. Okay, it's a Pokemon battle. And whoever gets the highest Pokemon card wins. We've got Surfing Pikachu and Mankey. Mr. Palvong actually wins on Surfing Pikachu because Mankey's 30 HP. All right. Ooh, Charmeleon and Machoke. That's a tie. Swampert. Oh, that's a tough round. Alakazam. It goes to Palvang. All right, because he got 2 out of 3 already. There you have it. Pao Vang takes the Pikachu. That's the end of the break. There are a lot of liberals in Canada. Yeah. Well, and so what would happen is Canada would decide the next president of the United States. You guys would have that, like power, basically. It's like all of a sudden an enormous amount of power. And you guys could pick a liberal president if you wanted to. We are. So when Trump introduced that idea, it was like, that's an interesting idea. And then I was like, is that really what if you're a Republican, is that really so good? But that also is why I feel Donald Trump is authentic in the offer to join us, because there's no way that the Republicans haven't tapped him on the shoulder and been like, you're basically guaranteeing liberals are going to win from here on out, right? There you go. You guys will vote a tie-breaking vote every single time because your population is so large. It's like another Texas or another California, and you guys are liberal. All right, see that? So you got that and that looking very nice. Very good. Lots of Patriots too. All right, here it is. Very nice. Ooh. $19.23. Good games, dude. So, Andrew Martin also sent for the Pikachu battle. Oh my gosh, everyone wanted in on that one. Holy. Have you accepted Sasquatch into your heart and soul? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Congrats. Damn, it hurts. Yeah. There can only be one. Like moth to the lamp. Oh my god, dude. Ooh, here's one of the best cards back from the return. Here it is. Astral Radiance Garchomp Cynthia. Holy. What a nice card. It's kind of interesting because we've got a new Cynthia's Garchomp from Heatwave Arena, but we had one in Astral Radiance 2022. It's a great card. Can you rotate the cards? In theory, I could rotate the cards. All right, give me a moment here. But first, we're going to take a quick look at this Garchomp. This Garchomp might be a break card for me. Wow, very lucky card. Very lucky grade. Not just that, you guys know this grading is super tough this time. So, like, any older search for this Garchomp had easier grading, in my opinion. Is this sorted properly? All right, so I'm gonna place a price on it, but it's probably gonna be a red label price, and in the future, I'm probably gonna consider it for one of the breaks. Give me a minute here. All right, this one gets to be a red label. Obtain Canada, have them fight for us against China. Here we are. If I was Canadian and Canada became part of America, we joined forces, dude, I would so be looking at moving to Florida. I'm looking at moving to Florida right now. It is. A lot of people move to Florida. You don't think of America as a country with beaches, but it's very unique from Europe that way. Like, Europe's got some beaches. UK's got beaches, but they're like cold, bro. They're like freezing cold. Then you've got like France has a little bit. Italy has some good stuff. Italy and Greece, right? But they're kind of like, they're kind of a different part of Europe. And I think even then, I did research, and Italy and Greece, they still don't have as good of beaches as Florida. Florida, man, they got a monopoly on beaches, man. They also have a monopoly on hurricanes, but that's the cost maybe. And tons of people live over there anyways. Yeah, they got beautiful beaches. You got San Diego. I did a little more research on San Diego. It's a little colder in San Diego. Florida's got it, man. I would say Florida, and then you got a little bit north of it, South Carolina. That's good stuff. Texas has some hot beaches. And then you got Hawaii, dude. Hawaii. Man. And Puerto Rico's apparently got some nice beaches too. But Hawaii and Puerto Rico aren't part of the mainland. What's interesting about Florida is it's part of the mainland. So, man. Florida has all the beaches? No, Hawaii's the best. I've heard Hawaii has the best beaches, but if you're going to live there full time, it's very expensive. It's like the #1 most expensive state. And I hear you get something called like island fatigue or something like that. Like it's such a small place. You can drive from one end of the island to the other very quickly, and there's just less to do as a result. But Florida, that's not the case. Florida, again, it's part of the mainland, and you can drive and you can go different places. They got like 20 amusement parks and all that shit because it's so big, right? So, man, when I analyze a lot of that stuff, Florida adds up. No state tax state. The hurricanes are the one drawback. I can't get over the hurricanes. Hurricane season. Every year you're going to have to worry that the hurricanes come in and wipe everything out. So you have to probably be skilled at understanding the hurricanes and being comfortable with them. That's why I moved to Florida after my injury. Sure. A lot of people move there, man, to retire and to relax and get that good sunlight, I guess. But yeah, it's a state that's really grown. When you take a look at where all the billionaires are moving in America, here's another sign. So all the billionaires have been living in a few places, right? Like Illinois, New York's huge. And then California is like #1, I think. But the number of billionaires in Florida has expanded aggressively, which tells you a lot. It means they've figured out, hey, this place isn't so bad. But, the tax break is probably a big part of it. Same with Texas. The tax break is probably a big part of it. You can be in New York, but you got to pay tax. You can be in Illinois, but you got to pay tax. You can be in California, but you got to pay tax. You move to Texas and Florida, those are developing places that have a lot of stuff now. And I think that's what they're doing. Like Elon Musk, he moved everything over to Texas, and all these other guys moved too, right? Like I think Joe Rogan moved. And they're just enjoying having lower taxes now, but still all the investments occurring over there anyways. I want to visit the Midwest. The Midwest, have you ever watched Sleeping Beauty? And it had like those really crazy cool trees in the background in the drawings. Look it up, Sleeping Beauty. If you look at the background, they got all these nice trees. The Midwest has that feeling. We got these white sycamore trees, and we got trees with like purple blossoms on them, white blossoms, and we got these big oak trees and black walnuts and all this other stuff, and weeping willows, and no moss. There's no moss. We're not swampy. We're not a desert. It's sort of like deers with antlers and little orange foxes. That's the feeling. So that's the feeling of the Midwest, I'd say. And that's the feeling of Missouri, I would say. Like if you lived here, when you drive up the road, you see foxes. There's foxes in the woods. And it's a very nice feeling. I think if we moved to Florida, that would be one of the harder parts of it, is missing out on that. And then, yeah, Vermont's very pretty. But, so if we had to leave this area, I think we'd miss out on that. We'd probably miss how affordable and cheap everything was, because the Midwest is not where everyone's moving. And as a result, things just cost less over here. Like you can buy a house on ZELLE right now in Springfield, Missouri, which is like an hour and a half south of me. There's houses in Springfield for like $70,000. And that is just really, really affordable. And Springfield's got things to do. It's got all the restaurants. It's got the indoor pools. It's the capital of Bass Pro Shop. They got a mall. They got more stuff to do than Lake of the Ozarks has. But what's cool is you can drive south to Branson, and then you got even more stuff. Or you can drive north to where I'm living, Lake of the Ozarks, and you can get into all the boating. So, Springfield, Missouri, you go buy a nice house there for like $120,000, $150,000. It costs nothing. And I don't think that's true with Vermont. I think Vermont's quite expensive. So that's one of the good sides to Missouri, is it's an affordable place to live because nobody's moving here. But yeah, I guess then you got to live in Missouri. Corn and wheat and bean fields go on to the horizon. That's true for the flatter areas in Missouri. Out here in Lake of the Ozarks, it's not like that at all. It's all hills and sort of like mini mountains. I don't know how to describe them. They're like really tall hills, cliffs. If you came out here, if you go on a vacation to Lake of the Ozarks, you'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's very pretty. I'll share a video with you guys sometime showing it off. Okay. Is Missouri the most dangerous city in the United States? Missouri is the state. Think of it like if you're in France, they might call it a province. It's a state. And what you're really referring to is St. Louis, which is the city of St. Louis. And yeah, it's a cluster F over there. Of course, the real problem is the poverty. And then the other problem is the drug war, the drug gangs. They come in and they shoot each other so that they can have control of where to sell the drugs. And innocent people die in this, but just tons of vandalism, tons of theft. And it's a really nasty thing. Yeah, it's not a good thing at all. I was there. I rode my one wheel around Honka Tonka. Your one wheel. I was born in St. Louis. We got robbed a lot. You got robbed a lot. All right, let's see. Let's hand out 2 more spots here. We have nobody in the queue. The queue is empty. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I take that back. Mr. Miguel sent an order. 6 base set, donate the reverse, and normal hollow. Hits only. All right, let's take care of Mr. Miguel. Here I am yapping. Is it worse than San Francisco? You know, I don't spend time in San Francisco, and San Francisco gets a lot of hate, I'm sure, from like the news, like Fox News. We'll talk about San Francisco like it's the devil. But I'm sure it's not that bad. St. Louis isn't that bad. Like, you can walk down the street and not get shot. You know what I'm saying? It's just relative to the rest of the United States, the crimes are higher. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. I wouldn't choose to live in St. Louis. It also depends on where. Like, St. Louis is like sectioned off in certain ways. There's areas with mega mansions in it, and that's St. Louis City mega mansions. Clayton, Ladue, really beautiful stuff. Like, homes so large they have a horse ranch in the back, and you're in the city. It makes no sense. So there's some huge amounts of old money in St. Louis. There's some rich families, and you know, like $14 million homes and stuff like that, just in a plain, not a beach home, just a plain home. $14 million. It makes no sense. That stuff exists out here for the politicians and the CEOs and the doctors and the lawyers. And those parts of St. Louis City are very nice. But you get into the wrong side of St. Louis City, you know, you cross over to the other side of it like a highway or something, and it's just shambles. It's shocking, dude. And they always have the most ironic street names like University City or something like that. It's like, bro, nobody here is going to the university. There it is. They're barely affording their payments on their home. What are you talking about? But yeah, there's some really dark places to be living because it just feels like, man, you wouldn't want to live there too long. Here's Alo Momalo. Karis and I lived in a really janky apartment for a while in St. Louis City. That was like 1 year we lived there, and then we went shopping for a home right afterwards, and that's the deepest into the city I fully lived. We are. It was not nice. I did not like it. This Armirage. Our neighbors would there was clearly some crazy crap going on with the neighbors, because you would get like this horrible smell coming through the vents every time they were home. You could hear that they were home. They had to be smoking something, dude, because some really nasty smell would come through the vents. Like, I don't know where it was coming from, but it had to be from them, right? We had to be sharing the vents. And it was like some mixture of cigarette smoke and something else. Not weed, because I know weed is like a skunk, but it was something else. It was like something that was more burnt than a cigarette. Who knows what it was? But it would float right up into our apartment, and it was awful. You just couldn't escape it. You just had to live with it. Plastic-like smell? Yeah, maybe it was a bit like a really overcooked bacon or something, like they burned bacon or something. I can't describe it. Yeah, like crack or meth. Yeah, exactly. It couldn't have been, whatever it was, it could not have been good. And we would look at each other like, oh no, what are we smelling, dude? And, but so what would go on is we'd be sitting in the apartment just middle of the day or something, and some guy just comes knocking on the door, not our door, but the neighbor's door. And he's just like wailing on the door, just like screaming, let me in, let me in, let me in. Because they're like fighting or something. I don't know, they're like fighting. And he'll do that for like 20 minutes. No cops called. Nobody cares. It's just another day. And then they'll finally let him in. Like they've been fighting, and all right, you come in now. but it's just how it is. They just don't care. Like, nobody cares. It's like, yeah, that's just how it is over here. Yeah, we never wanted to experience that again. It was so horrible. It was so horrible. There was like a community dumpster, right? And it was so abused, man. It was. All right, so the reverse and normal hollows, hits only, please. All right, you got it, man. The community dumpster, there would be like broken glass everywhere, dude. There was like human waste. There's people just dumping everything on the ground because they didn't want to have to lift the lid up. They're like, I'm not lifting the lid up to the dumpster. Somebody closed the dumpster. So I'm not lift the lid up. That's too much work. So they would just dump all their garbage right on the ground. And I always thought, like, who is doing this? It's total insanity. Who is just dumping the garbage on the ground? That's crazy. You made it so far. You made it all the way to the dumpster. And now you're just throwing the trash on the ground. And it's the worst kind of trash, too. It's not like maybe like vegetation, you know? It's all this really gross stuff. It's like somebody's bathroom waste, you know, like poopy diapers and stuff, and poopy like wipes and toilet paper. And it's like, what the fuck? Just throw your stuff in the dumpster. It is. Doesn't make any sense. But so, you know, and that experience was a part, along with all the crime statistics and everything else, that made us feel more conservative over time. Because when we were in college, we were very liberal. But when it was time to actually buy a home, we're like, well, let's pick a place where we're not going to get robbed. Let's pick a place where you can go walking around by yourself if you feel like it, and that's not a risk. You know, you're not going to get kidnapped. Somebody, you know, move to a place where our car's not going to get, you know, the Cadillac, the converters get stolen or whatever, it gets broken into. And that's another thing. No one respected parking spots. I couldn't stand it. When you rent from an apartment, everyone has assigned parking. We happen to have a pretty nice parking spot that was really close to the building. And if we pulled out of that parking spot, somebody just steals it. And it's like, bro, you can't steal our parking spot. We've got assigned parking. No, they didn't care. But, you know, it was really frustrating. So, yeah, I don't know if it was truly crack coming through the vents. But the thing is, Karis and I like the smell of cigarettes. If you didn't know that, we enjoy that smell. And it was definitely not cigarettes. It was something more burnt smelling than cigarettes. And we'd look at each other going, oh, what are they doing? Like cooking a like roadkill or something and burning it? Like, what is this awful, like a burnt turd or something? And we were concerned that, yes, it probably might have been drugs. That was the thoughts on our minds as well at the time. We're like, this has got to be drugs, right? Here's Lorenzo. And so we'd head out or something. We'd be like, we're getting out of here. Those experiences, they stay with you. They shape you as a person, you know? And they affect your political perspectives. This Shinobi. All of my experience in life's affected me. My shitty parents, growing up on my own. All those experiences together, it's what leads to a certain personality. It's what leads to, you know, it's these anecdotal experiences that lead you to your decision making, your processes, your philosophies about the world, about life. And so, you know, when you have a real political disagreement with somebody, you should get to know them, because maybe you'll understand why they vote or think that the way that they do. Here goes. Landing on a 5, Lorenzo Shrub. There it is. I can't lie. I like the smell of gasoline. Yeah, exactly. Diesel. That's good stuff. It's a good smell. You're like, we're going somewhere. Got a good smell going on. The smell of fuel. So, you know, your experiences in life inform you. Even though they're anecdotal, they shape your personality a lot. And, you know, you get real paranoid. You get more concerned. You get real strict. You say, this is not tolerable. This is not okay. It can't be this way. All right, let's see. But you know, the apartments way down in St. Louis City are real cheap. Real cheap. No doubt about that. Real cheap. You want to live down in St. Louis City apartments? They're so cheap. You want an apartment in Chesterfield, Missouri? Those are super expensive. And in Burrard, can I get 10 Pokey Shuffles and a box of Dan to Dan? Andon, what's up, man? But it's funny, that's the place you want to live. You want to live in Chesterfield, you know? You don't want to live in St. Louis City. You want to live in the good place. And you go, oh, that's what the world's all about, isn't it? The world's just people trying to shuffle themselves into the nice places to live. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Trying to escape the crime, trying to escape the dirt, the risk. Here's Melodic 10. Nice, dude. All right, Melodic popping out. What we have on the slab breaks? Yes, we have some fantastic slab breaks. We got this really nice vintage Misty's Gyarados has already moved by 5 spots. Okay, we have another vintage card, Rocket Dark Houndoom. Rocket's real popular right now. We have this about to go off Mewtwo Pokemon Go alternative art. You know, it's hard to pull that, and it's graded 10 too. That's nice. We have the clearance break is this Tentacruel with just 2 spots to go. Very close. And then here's our regular Mew break. That's the Mega break. We also have a Pokebattle break ready to go. Here's Wobbuffet. All right. I want to be on the list. The Melodic, let's go grab it. It's a simple hollow Melodic, but it's a really nice Melodic, and it's worth just about $50. It is. It's in one of those nice tag slabs. This is from 2020. It's actually a 5-year-old hollow, so this is not a new card. This is an older holographic card from Shiny Starvey. Okay, Mr. Andon, we still got to take care of your box of Dan to Dan. Dan to Dan, super hot, super popular. There it goes. What makes old hollows valuable versus others that might not be? Probably just the popularity of the Pokemon or the artwork. There we go. Some have a better artwork. Box of Dan to Dan. Do 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 do. Okay. Ooh, very nice. Haha. Tossing this away. Hey, give me a moment here. I want to check something real fast. All right, back to Andon. Mr. Andon, here goes. Slipping this. Snip. Dan to Dan's been very popular. So has the solo leveling booster boxes. Those have done very, very well. Snip. All right. All right. I bought in the Mewtwo slab break. Oh, yeah. So then there's only 2 spots left to Mewtwo, everybody. All right. Lovely. Here's a hollow. I'm solo leveling right now. What? Nuh-uh. Here's a hollow. Here's the pink-haired girl. How nice. Mamma mia. Here's a hollow. Here's a hollow. Here's a hollow. Here's one more hollow of this, of these. Here's a hollow. Oh my gosh, dude, you're still on the show. And you can't just be taking the nice ones. Okay, there's one of those embossed SPs. Very good. And this girl with the boobs out, and this girl with the earrings. I'll take a Mewtwo shot with my credit. I'll send the remainder. Sounds good. So Mewtwo is close. That's Alt-Art Mewtwo. It is an Alt-Art, and it is pretty hard to pull. All right, so if your name's Andon, you don't have a box by chance, do you, Andon? I felt like you were a big customer and that we started moving you or something. Yes, you're not in the AN box. You've got bags over here in the yellow boxes. It is Mr. Andon Berard. All right. Good stuff. All the trash, do you just throw it on the floor? All these booster packs, it is pretty messy in here, but I have a trash can to my right side, and all the trash goes into there, and then I unload that trash can into a big, giant trash bag, and that goes into my dumpsters. It's a messy thing, though, because it's like the packs kind of go everywhere a little bit. All right, nice. Big order for Mr. Andon. Now, Mr. Miguel says, get me into that Mewtwo break. All right, Mr. Miguel. Okay. And we're going to grab this Pokeball. You're in. Let's count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's up to 5. Ooh, Mewtwo's almost done. Here's something to think about. When the Mewtwo goes off, this will actually tick up by 1, and that'll almost be done at that point. Okay, that's up to 5. And now we have Mr. Palvang. He's going into the Mewtwo. Palvang. Okay. This marker's almost dead. Getting just the very last bit out of it, aren't I? Okay, that takes up to 6. 1 spot left in the Mewtwo. But I believe he mentioned he was buying it. Yes, Andrew Martin picking up the last spot in the Mewtwo. Okay, Mewtwo's completed. Tammy still watching perchance? Perchance. I joined the Mewtwo break. Yes. All right, that is all the spots. If you were rushing to get in there, you might have just missed it. Still here, perfect. I apologize, man. You just missed it. I would have liked for you to have gone in there, but it is full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There it is. You could buy into this because after Mewtwo's over, this will only have 1 spot left. But that's, you know, a tentacruel. Ready? So we need one of these. We need one of these. We need 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Ooh. There's only 7 cards to shuffle. Not too much shuffling here. Back on Wi-Fi payment should be on the way. All right, all right. All right. All right, give me a number. Ta-da! I wonder what the next break after the Mewtwo should be. My heartbeat's going crazy. You're too funny, dude. You know, Miguel, I've seen so many of these breaks. For me, it's just another day. 1, 2, 3, 4. But it's fun. If you're in the break, you get this little opportunity to take home an expensive card. Your odds are 1 in 7, so that's worse than a coin toss. Think about it. That's worse than rolling dice. So if you rolled a 6-sided dice, this is worse than that. This is a 7-sided dice, right? So we've got the split on these over here. But yeah, obviously somebody's going to pull the Mewtwo, so somebody's about to have good luck tonight. All right, give me a number. I know that's why it's thrilling. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it goes. All right. Boom. We got Mr. Eddie, Miguel, Andrew. Sorry, Andrew. Colton Pinder. There it is. Mr. Colton will take it tonight. Colton Pinder. Blake Santoro. Sorry, Blake. That's Pao Vong. Taking the star card. So you're being moved over to the Tentacruel. That's not so bad, is it? And Beatrice Moniz. All right. That's exactly how a break feels. That's how it works. Of course, if your name is Colton Pinder, you just had an extremely good night tonight. You just went, woohoo! Do. All right. I'm going to just write his name on the back for Alexis. We always congratulate the person who pulled the card. No hard feelings or anything. Sometimes people get very invested in these. Did I spell that right? I think I did. All right, there he is. You can use mine for Tentacruel. Tentacruel is done, everyone. Tentacruel is done. Okay, so he's also going in. Where's the Tentacruel bag? Ugh, too many bags. Oh, there it is. All right, so Tentacruel is about to go off, everybody. That was the clearance card. It's cheaper than the cheapest buy now. I actually have a second Tentacruel. It'd be fun to run that twice. Okay, actually, we're going to bring this pile back. DSMN2 break back to back. Oops. Oops. At least go up here. Gyarados is hot. Yeah, that one's hot. I have to agree with that assessment. So, Mr. Joa Hernandez also sent in a spot. He says he'll take a spot in the Tentacruel just because he wants to know how it ends. You got it. Tonight's been a good night, says Cody. Busy night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There it is, 5. We had Mr. Brandon come back in and spend some money. That was nice. 2. And he pulled a nice card, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. So, actually, for the Tentacruel, there is no star card. The Tentacruel is the star card. All right. Sent for box. Sis is like, hey, what about me? All right, you ready? Joe had already sent the money, though. So he was actually next in line. Someone was asking about Final Fantasy. Show off that cloud. We have a nice Final Fantasy break right there. So this cloud is actually the chase card from the original base set box of Final Fantasy. So Opus 1 from 2016, that's the chase card, cloud. That's Charizard. However, there's only one person in here. All right, give me a number. It's a really small break. There's only 5 spots. There are exclusive Eevee cards in the Chinese Gem 2 packs. Yeah, those probably need to go... Oh, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. Those probably need to go up in price. All right. Based off of the fact that I can't restock them in the same way anymore. Not the ones you have. The next set. Oh, you like the Arcanine or something. I saw an Arcanine. All right, give me a number. Unfortunately, if I import those, it will be like a ridiculous price, dude. It'll be so ridiculous. Miguel, 1, 2. All right. Ready? Here's Blake. Sorry, Blake. Double miss. Elizabeth. Oh, Elizabeth is going to get lucky tonight. Elizabeth pulls the chase card. You know what's interesting? Elizabeth had bought in directly into that Tentacruel. Here's Palvong. And Joa. Joa, now you have experienced your first break. What do you think of that, man? It'd have been nice to pull the Tentacruel. But somebody does pull it. That's the fun part. Somebody does actually get it. And this time it will be Elizabeth. All right. All right. Shizoop. Is she still here? Is Elizabeth still watching? Not the ones you have, the next set. We need to put some more cards in here. So we have to pick out 2 new slabs for break. First, the Master Ball break, and then the clearance slab break, which is a fun one. With the clearance break, I tend to pick a card that's been rotating a lot that just never seems to sell. That's why I tend to break for the clearance break. Good games. Yeah. All right, there we go. So there we have it. 2 breaks suddenly ending. And 6 ordering a box of click. Don't go anywhere because we'll pick out some new slabs for the next round of the breaks. I think I have something in mind for the Master Ball break. Something we haven't broken before. Might be intriguing. Okay, you got the kitty cat. Meow. Best break was the Pikachu for sure tonight. Oh, we do have that Garchomp, don't we? We could just do the Garchomp right away. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Give me a second here. Do 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 do. All right, let's go back here. So, Miss 6. Let's get it. Ready, steady, sneep, sneep. We'll snip this. Sneep. And snipping this. Sneep. Lovely sneeps. All right. Here's a hollow. Here's a hollow. Here's a hollow. Here's a red coin, or a golden coin looking thing. Crazy. All right. Here's a hollow. I don't want the hollows. No problem. Here's this creepy alien. That's real creepy. Hollow. No! I'm sorry. It kind of jumped out of my hand, didn't it? It's because these packs stick to each other. That's what does it, by the way. Hollow. Hollow. Here's a hollow. 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 God dang, dude, I wish they didn't stick. Here's a hollow. One more pack. The one that has the hit in it, right? Nope, that's hollow. So it's got to be this pack. All right, big SEC. Ooh, you do pull a nice SP out. Very nice. What do you think of that, 6? Lovely. Is this Joe any good, 6? It's got to be. People are opening it like firecrackers, man. All right. Whew. Yay! You did it, 6. Yippee! All right. Yeah, it's pretty good. Ta-da! Oh, yeah. Shuffle, shuffle. What's a pokey shuffle? A pokey shuffle, it gives you a chance for a slab. Very similar to these breaks, except you get to know the results right away. It's $5 per chance. Your odds are based on the price of the card. So, for example, if it's a $50 card, your odds are 1 in 10. And before we pull your cards, we do a little shuffle each time. So that's why it ends up being called the pokey shuffle. It's a more random way to try and break something. All right. So here are some recent pokey spoils. Ugh. Do you ever play TCG Pocket? Do I ever play TCG Pocket? No. Okay. Picked up a Dark Porygon. That's Dark Porygon. Pretty weird, huh? But look at this. Picked up a little Pichu because I thought, you know, Pichu, we never do any Pichu breaks. Okay, it's a nice little reverse Meryl from Expedition. There's a nice little Rocky Returns Zubat. Okay. And then over here, check this out. Yeah, I might be a fan of this Lugia. I like it. Looks good. Cool. All right, there's Pichu, huh? Let's go do. Scuba-dee buzz. My buzz, my buzz, my buzz. All right. Still waiting my Lugia to come back from grading. Nice. Who doesn't like a good Lugia, you know? Let me do, I want to know how many of these there are. There should be a lot. It's a promo card. It's not that bad, actually. I know I'm being quiet over here. Sometimes it's all about being a little quiet. We do a lot of talking, don't we? Still too expensive for me. Poor man's Pikachu. No, it's a good Pikachu. It's a beautiful card with the reverse holo. Reminds me of the Southern Islands, doesn't it? Yeah, it makes me think of the Southern Islands. Oops. Okay, so you guys are going to like this one. It's very, very short. All right. Thank you for making my workday not long and boring. I'm on break. Oh, no problem, man. You got a long name. All right. So look at this Pichu. This one's going to end pretty fast because it doesn't have an awful lot of spots to it. Although it's going to have a star spot like every normal break. All right. Just open this back up, please. There it goes. The Pichu should be the next star. I'll buy in right now. The next star. He's going to be the next Master Ball break. It'd be fun if the Master Ball break was only like legendary Pokemon. All right. There it is. So this star spot means that normally it would be 1 in 5, but because of the star, it's 1 in 6. Now, as for the new clearance break, good question. What should that be? Why does Cloud look so smug and stoic? Wow, he's the best femboy. Let's go ahead and find a good clearance card. Something that's hard to move. Technically, I have 2 of these South Park logos, actually. Poor Wobbuffet. Yeah, poor Wobbuffet. Let's see. Oh, here's this card again. Remember that? Maybe this Darkrai. He's a cool card. He's a 9. He seems like the kind of card where it would make sense to put him on clearance. I'm already sent in for the Pichu. Damn. I think that means 2 people are in the Pichu. He just started. Okay. So Darkrai, huh? Do 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 do. Yes, so there's only one on the market, and it's $411 with 17 watchers. Now, that's Canadian, so the truth is, if you try to buy it, there would be a tariff on that. It's actually higher than $411. Let me look it up. Sent for 2 Pichu spot. Oh. It's 10% at least, right? Because Donald Trump's doing 10%, isn't he? So I feel like if the Darkrai is 411, and that's before taxes too. So that's before taxes. You know, if you get like an 8% tax on $400, so I feel like at 400, with no tariffs and no taxes, that's already basically the clearance price because it's beneath what you would actually pay if you bought it online. I think that's where we're going to place it. This. Oh wait, I forgot. Made it a break. What are you saying? Animal Crossing music? Hey, what's up, man? Stefu. Here we are. All right. It's kind of a pricier break. This is from 2008. It's real vintage. But not just that, it's this incredibly rare Black Star promo. Don't forget that part about this card. This is a Black Star promo from that time period. And they only come out as special tins. So this Darkrai artwork is really rare. And if you study these cards from that time period, you recognize it. You go, ooh, that's that rare Darkrai. There's a Charizard like that. There's an Infernape like that. I wish I had the Charizard, man. I really wish I do. One of those Charizards was graded 10, one of the promo Charizards. They wanted like $20,000 for it. I was like, oh my God, dude, I can't do that. So there it is. We have a new star card running Darkrai. Okay. Pichu's about to be done. Can I change my Slabaway to Reshiram Zekrom Tag Team? So you're talking about canceling your Slabaway. Let me take a look at what you had. You had the Shining Steelix. It's from March. Entry fee waived. So normally there's a $20 cancel fee. That's about all. If you're okay with that, we can definitely swap them. All right, so if you're interested in that, send in like a penny message or something. All right. So now we have an order from Mr. Andon, who's been waiting a while. I know you guys have bought into this, but Mr. Andon's waiting. He got a box of Hollow Spark, 10 Pokey Shuffles. Please, mister, and can I get the SP and a top loader? Yes, sir. Which one? This one. Ta-da! Okay. All right. Read my last message, por favor. Okay. Grabbing this. Where is it? Here it is. If you miss it, it hurts a bit more though. Yeah, just remember, guys, it's pretty fast to lose $40 and then $80 in these breaks. So don't forget that. Only one person gets the Pichu. Ta-da! Now 10 Pokey Shuffles. Let's focus on that real fast since it's right here. 10 Pokey Shuffles. Good luck. I hope you pull something hot. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. 10 of these. Magikarp, Professor Research. Ooh. Oh. So sorry, and in a completely cold round in here. That's the worst case scenario. Sorry, man. All right, next, let's go get you a box of Hollow Spark. I don't think I have any more in here, so I have to go get fresh ones. All right, so I bought one shuffle. Sure. You just watched him open up some shuffles and have some difficult luck. All right, that's what it looks like. So Pichu is a success. People like the Pichu. That's good. I always thought those Pichus looked cool. Ready? Do, 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 do. Okay, snipping this. Okay. Oh, looked around in my hand all funny. All right, Mr. Andon, going deep. He's going to pull first buzz. All right. The bunny girl. That's what I said. Bunny bread. Water girl. She's just a cool girl. Hair girl with texturing. Oh my gosh, I wasn't live. How embarrassing. What? 12 months. Is it possible to change my Slabaway? Thanks, Dan. Mr. answered my question. Yeah, it is possible to swap. There'd just be a little fee involved with that. Yes. All right. It's really not a bad deal for you because you had already had your fee waived when you placed the Slabaway. Oh, look at that. So at that point, it'd be just like you've done a normal Slabaway. Oh, very nice. Lovely. I like it when the stream goes longer. We're at almost 4 hours. It's 5:26. Okay, here's this card here. All right. Ooh. Oh. Ho-ho. Squirrel girl. Very nice, very nice. I haven't been to sleep in 4 years. All right, that's one whole box of Hollow Spark. Thank you, Mr. Andon. We got you your top loader like you requested. And now we'll pop this in here. You got a lot of stuff, Andon. Anytime you want to ship. Is it your first time shipping, Andon? If it's your first time shipping and you're in the United States, I wouldn't mind giving you a free round just to get you your first time shipping. Toby Walters, 3 of the solo leveling. Okay, 3 solo leveling. Do I have an open box of solo leveling? I feel like I should. Maybe not. TCC. Sleep is for the dirt and the moles. Yes. Damn, you stay looking. 12-hour stream? Man. I wish, man. It would be so nice. That'd be a party. But I know it's not good for me to do that, so I don't do that. I've done a 24-hour stream before. Did you know that? On TheCardconomist, my other YouTube channel, I did a 24-hour stream, and then I found out YouTube doesn't even post those to YouTube, so the whole thing was lost. How stupid. Yeah, how disappointing. YouTube will only post 11-hour videos, so should have stopped, should have broke the stream into 3 pieces probably. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. But I didn't like it. I didn't like the 24-hour streaming. It wasn't worth it. Ooh, you got 3 cold packs in a row, man. 3 cold packs, Mr. Toby Walters. Hunt monsters for 24 hours. Yes, sir. That's what we were doing. We were hunting like monster hunters. All right. You keep that one, okay? That's a bulk card, but we're going to toss you that because you didn't pull anything else. Toby. That's why you do subathons. Subathons. What are those considered? How do those run? You go, Mr. Toby. Lovely. Speaking of subathon, we're getting real close to 100,000. I haven't been to the mines in 20 years, since I was 6 years old. Let's click on this. In my youth, I yearned for the mines. 96,128 subscribers. We are getting close. Boy, we're getting close, man. We're going to hit that 97,000 next. That's a good deal, man. Our views are up right now, by the way. Views have jumped. 20,000 more views than usual, so that's good. Views are up. Bet you subscribes are about to follow that number. All right, but I posted some videos myself personally, and some of those videos did well, like this one. $100,000 cash versus Pokemon cards. Did you guys watch that one? It says round 1 because I'm going to continue that as sort of like a series. That was the way I envisioned it. The goal is to kind of put out stacks of Pokemon cards that add up to 100,000 to let people see what that might look like. It's all kind of, you know, it's all kind of tongue-in-cheek because it's hard to truly say what a card is worth. It's not until after it's sold that you can really claim it's worth that much. So, like, for example, if I wanted to sell those Legendary Collections arts, maybe they only sell for like 20,000 in auction. Who knows? But that video picked up a smooth 12,000 viewers. Wow. I think it's when the video gets shared. I think that's when a video does really well. All right. So Toby's done, and now it is time to come over here and check these ZELLE orders. We have Joa. He says, 1 Poke Shuffle. Mr. Joa, let's see what you got. So, Poke Shuffle, see this? Very simple shuffle occurs. So we split the deck. We go 1, 2, 3. That gets shuffled to the back, and then you get the next card. You got Swablu. Swabluing it up. All right. Very nice. Do you need a little baggie for this? $4, $11, $25. Oh, my brother's birthday's coming up. I have a birthday in April, and I have a brother who I really did not get along with as a kid. His birthday's at the end of April. He's getting so old. I'm old, and he's old. I think it was the fat stack of fake cash. The first time I recorded the video, I explained that the cash was fake. But then I realized you shouldn't do that. So I re-recorded it because I knew some people would think it was real and get excited for that reason. And some people would go, hey, wait a second, that's fake. And so they would comment on it. So I re-recorded it and didn't talk about the cash. So those little distinctions matter when you make content. All right, let's see. Sometimes making a mistake in your video is the most important part of it. I learned that on the other YouTube channel. What box would you go into? I don't know what box you would go into. You have a distinctive name. Guess you would go into the... You could go into the John Joey box, or I could put you into the JX box. How much room is in the JX box? Seems like there's plenty of room in the JX box. Good idea. Very eye-catching. I get a baggie. Little baggie. You got a little baggie now. Now you know what it's like to have a little baggie. It's a very fun thing. There we go. Now, next up, it's Joa, and he says he'll get into the Pichu break. This Pichu. Okay. Let's grab this bag, popping you in there. So this bag just holds the list of names. All right. Okay, Miguel Morales also jumping in. Here you go, Mr. Miguel. You get a bag, I get a bag, honey. Hey, I think I sang that. You're just copying me now. You get a bag, I get a bag, honey. You get a bag, I get a bag, dear. All right, and now we have Mr. LaFlame has sent in for 2 spots in this break. Okay, that gives you a 1 in 3 odds. Still worse than a coin toss. Isn't that interesting? All right, there we are. Mr. LaFlame, appreciate it. Pikachu jumps all the way to 1 in 4. Looney Tunes, the old mouse singing. That's Hello My Darling, Hello My Honey or something like that. Tom and Jerry, Tomorrow and Jerry. Kendo Pelor also wanted a spot in the Pichu. I suspect the Pichu's over because we only needed 1 more person after this. If you guys want, we can run it a second time. Kevin Vu, Pichu. That's it. Pichu's over. We're going to run Pichu twice. The second time will be a placeholder, and whoever pulls it will get the next Pichu to arrive in the mail. Because it was so popular that people who are not even here did not get a chance to jump into it. Hello, my lady. Hello, my darling. We're going to run this twice. What'll happen is the second one will be a placeholder run, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Meaning it'll be like a pre-order, a pre-sale. So it's a pre-sale break. We used to do that with the Mews. We used to do that with the Bubble Mews because they were ridiculously popular. Of course, they got so much more expensive over time. 6 spots. Good luck, everybody. Somebody's going to walk away happy. 5 other guys are going to walk away kind of sad. Well, one guy's going to pull the star card, so that's not so bad, right? Tom and Jerry. All right. Just give me a number and we'll get it started, everybody. What's the star card? This card right here. 3. 1, 2, 3. There it is. There's the split. Now we're going to do the names. Here are the names. There it is. All right. All right, give me a number. I am the host of the stream, Mr. TCC. 1, 2. All right, lovely. Oh, Mr. Joa. First in, first out. Here's Kendo Pelor. Sorry, Kendo, no luck. Here's Kevin Vu. No luck for Kevin. Miguel. Oh, wow, look at that. Miguel's lucky night. Miguel. Wow. All right, oops. That is lucky for you. It undoes the last bad round. Mr. LaFlame, you're pretty much guaranteed to pick up the star card, it looks like. Here it is. All right. Not so bad. It could have been worse, Mr. LaFlame. You took a double shot at this. You're picking up the star card. So that means your other spot is technically not over. You can pick up this pretty valuable Darkrai. Even as a 9, he's still worth quite a bit. All right, let's see. Miguel must be over the moon on that. He says, thank you. That's my cat's name. All right. So how did that feel, Mr. Miguel? You told me last time your heart was racing. It is. All right. I guess as a sign, these things are very fun. Now, we're running Pichu twice. We're going to have a round 2, but this card is Miguel's card. So the next person, you'll get a pre-sale placeholder, and that means when the next Pichu arrives, you get to pick up a Pichu. All right. I don't want to misspell your last name. Let's see. All right. There you go. So this one's yours, but we're actually going to flip it over and say round 2. So this card is running again, round 2. You don't have to jump in. If you already missed the Pichu and you jump in it right now and you miss again, might really sting. So I don't necessarily recommend that. You could really have buyer's regret if you do that. You know, buyer's regret. But there's a lot of people who didn't get a chance to go in here, and I know they're going to want a shot too. So that's why we're running it a second time. There's plenty of more people who want a chance to lose their money. Here's... that's everybody. Actually, we just finished. It looks like there's no more orders in the queue. Pinch your nuts to make sure. The art of the snipe. The art of the deal, the art of the snipe. I can't believe it. I think I fell asleep watching the stream and I'm dreaming right now. It's funny, man. The art of the snipe. Hey, Mr. Fredericks. All right, so guys, we are skirting on 5:41 a.m. in the morning. Great time to wrap up and go to bed because it's so late. And I got to make this label anyways. So I think I'm going to wrap up here and head on to bed. Tomorrow's Friday, very important day of the week. We'll be live again for sure. We got a great lineup of breaks. Actually, all 4 of these are vintage breaks. This one's vintage too. So we got no modern breaks. So I keep that in mind because after this guy finishes a second time, we'll probably grab a modern card. And Misty's Gyarados probably going to keep moving at a steady rate. It's a great card. Oh my gosh, have a great night, everyone. So late. It's so early. I just woke up. Yeah. It's 5:41 a.m. in the morning over here, and I'm tripping over my words like crazy. It's that early onset dementia. All right, guys, I had a great time as usual. I hope to see you in the next stream. Even if you're not buying anything, you come and talk about whatever you want, even the controversial stuff, because that's what kind of stream this is. I'm going to pop off and have a nice night. See you later, everybody. Can I send for round 2? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get you in there, okay?